The volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, and it's also the second day of the 12th month in the year 2025. And a big welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Chiku, and in the next 2 hours or so, we have quite interesting lineups for us this morning. And one of the topic of conversation we have here is about how the insecurity in Nigeria is taking another turn as federal government set to name terrorism financiers, even as Reverend Dachomo claims that Tinubu's Muslim presidency is fueling Christian genocides in Nigeria. Also on our radar, Atiku Abubakar migrated to ADC, the African Democratic Congress, and he's set to shop for his deputy. And from the party chieftain and also some other stakeholders in Nigeria, the Ohanaeze Ndibo is of the opinion that Obi's deputy to Atiku is the only chance to defeat Tinubu come 2027 election. Also dissect that during the course of the program. And also we have a show reclaiming the Nigerian government originally planned to sentence Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, to death. But we saw how it played out in the court with James Omotosho handing him over life imprisonment. He said the judge, or rather the court, is so benevolent to have taken that turn after Awumuro also proved in court that he was convicted on all the 7 count charges. We'll discuss this during the course of the program, though. So do out to join the moving trend. If you've not done that, subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television. And across all that social media platforms, the TikTok, X.com, the Meta, the Instagram, we are Voice of the People TV. That's VOP TV. I also have a website for where you have your fresh and trending news stories. The website is www.vop.ng. Welcome on board.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. Welcome on board, and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, away from those major topics, there are also other interesting trending stories that we'll chime in the course of this conversation. Now, let's get into it. There was tension on Monday in the Ofaruwa area of Kano State as aggrieved residents poured into the streets, burning tires and demanding that police release arrested suspected bandits so they could deal with them themselves. Well, in a video circulating online, thick smoke arose from burning tires placed across the main road as residents shouted in anger over reports that suspected kidnappers had been brought into the station. The unrest forced police operatives to storm the area in a bid to restore calm and prevent escalation. Well, eyewitnesses said the crowd became enraged after learning that the suspects were being held within the police station. The police presence was described as swift and forceful as officers moved to put out the fires and disperse the gathering crowd to prevent the situation from spiraling into mob violence. Now, that is what happened in Kano yesterday, where a mob had to gather in front of a police station and say, look, police people, we understand that some suspected kidnappers are housed in the police station, and we need for you to bring them out so that we can hand instant justice to them. You see, when I said yesterday that it is finished, I probably understated the situation that we are into at the moment. Yes, I did understate it because we have reached a situation where we have passed the tipping point, where that conflict, friction, that friction, constant friction between the we and them, the us and them, is getting to a point where it will spin out of control. And when it does, you know what next that happens? It will burst into a conflagration and may anarchy will be loosed upon the earth. That is the situation where we have, especially when we have people have a high level of mistrust and distrust on the government, the people that will say, hey, guys, we surrender our rights to you in trust for you to keep them. And what do? You protect and provide for us. Now we have lost that hope. And it gets to a situation where, because of that loss of confidence and trust, institutions in Nigeria no longer mean anything, especially the police. When a mob gets into a police station and says, look, if you don't bring on those suspects, we are going to cause trouble. What does that tell you? It tells you that the people have lost confidence. Do you know why? Because in most occasions, when you take these kidnappers, suspected criminals and all of that into police station, the next minute, the person is out into society to cause the same harm again and again and again. And then people say, no, we don't want this anymore. In a situation where people begin to take laws into your hands, that is anarchy. And I keep saying, government, you have your work cut out for you. You know what we need to do? Please ensure that this country does not unravel. Because if it unravels, we are... how was the population of Rwanda as at the 1914? There were between 35, 40 million then. In Nigeria, we have in excess of 230 million people. Now, the problem is that we don't even know our population. It is the UN World Omar that tells us you are about in the neighborhood of... We can't even conduct an accurate census of ourselves. So if Nigeria ever unravels, Srebrenica will be like a child's play. But we pray that it doesn't get up to that. So it is the call of government to do the right thing and stop this gradual descent to anarchy. And I said again, when it gets to a situation where people want to take laws into their hand, then it clearly means that we have lost it. Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you. Good morning, Chukuma. Good morning, Fina. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, world. Yes, I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, I think at this point we can comfortably say Nigeria is a failed state.
No. Heading to still not a failed state.
Okay. You know, I wanted to actually. I'm happy you
still. Technically speaking.
Okay.
No, it's not on patriotic grounds, but technically speaking, in literature of
it's a failing state. It's not
a failing state because now when you talk about failed states, you talk about states that have completely unraveled, where the government has lost the monopoly, of the control of legitimate violence, where there is anarchy, If Nigeria is a failed state, people in Kano, despite what happened, are still doing their show, their thing. If Nigeria is a failed state, you and I wouldn't be here.
But I thank God that the police were able to step in to, try to quell them or to calm the situation. Kufaroa axis is a place that I know so well.
Okay.
Kufaroa. And now, it's very close to the wall, the Kano wall, the ancient Kano wall. They don't joke with that place. And then for them to have come up to say, we learned that you have these people who have in one way or another. Remember there was a kidnap in Kano Village sometime. I think last weekend.
Over the weekend.
Okay, there was a kidnap there. And also the people were not happy with that.
Of course.
And then they learned that you pick those people and why are you taking it now? Kano is a place that if we are to have any issue, if there is any infraction, the boys and the men there believe in jungle justice. And they believe that will serve as a deterrent to others. You understand? So they don't want to hear any other story. And this, when I'm talking about them, I mean everyone, be it the host, be it the people who are, those who are residing in Sabongari and all that. If you're still in Kano and you're caught, forget it. They are the ones that will lynch on you before the police.
That's Aba of those days. Aba used to be like that.
And if you check it out, you find out that it's very difficult for you to hear about the kidnapping or killing or insurgent attacks somehow in Kano because they know that terrain is not that juicy.
And it's deeply troubling if we see these things, creep into city centers.
Yes.
We used to have
gradually doing that.
You have one-offs, one big man was kidnapped and all of that. But in a situation where you come and round up like 6, 7 people. It's deeply troubling and it's a very bad signal.
I think the fact of the matter is that people have lost complete faith in government institutions. People have lost faith in government to protect them. Because, like you said, people are apprehended, they're taken in, the police take them in, and before you know it, they are out. In fact, there was a video that trended some years back where the criminal was telling the policeman,
I'll come back.
I'll be out in a few days.
I'll come back for you.
He told the policeman, I'll be out in a few days, and I'll come for you. Imagine basically, even the criminal, look, if I go in there, max, maybe 2 months, 1 year, I'll be out. And then we have a government that has largely been sympathetic to those causing people trauma, sympathetic to rascals, people that have killed Nigerians without provocation, people that have burnt houses, killed women and children in their numbers. You apprehend them and you say, don't kill them. Don't, just bring them in. And then you de-radicalize. It makes me laugh, that statement. You, in your own thoughts, you've de-radicalized them, and then you want to reintegrate them into society. And you think the society will be pleased to see these faces back in their midst. Of course not. Of course not. Well, government should have a rethink of how it's administering governance in Nigeria, because it's just, we're at a tipping point. We're at a tipping point. A little more push. You see, we've always said Nigerians are docile, and we're getting to that point, and I fear that just a little more push and things will spiral out of control, out of the hands of the government. And then maybe some of us will agree that yes, it has completely failed. But we hope not. I hope not. I hope it doesn't get to that point. I hope that there is a rejigging of all the sectors, governance is properly done, and the people's faith gradually rebuilt in government institutions. Because as it is, there is no trust in INEC, no trust in the police, no trust in the presidency. There's no trust anywhere. Even the, I don't know if we're going to be talking about statements made by Daniel Bwala that Nigerians should monitor, you know, the order that policemen be withdrawn from VIPs. What does that even tell you? What does that even tell you? That the presidency can give an order and it will be flouted.
People just flout
that's what it means.
You know?
That's what it means.
Ordinarily, without consequences.
Without consequences. So he's now asking Nigerians to monitor and report back an order that the commander-in-chief gave. So the police can actually flout the commander-in-chief's order. It's laughable. He probably didn't know what he said.
You know, many times you never know what
he didn't know the impact.
How to say it.
Yes, he didn't know the impact of what he said.
I think today we'll see another report from Daniel Bwala to explain further what he meant.
What he meant.
Yeah, we do see that happen back and forth. Okay. But all I would say again is this is just kind of state. It might be Borno tomorrow, Kaduna tomorrow.
It could be anywhere.
It's going to happen very soon because the people are not happy. I'm telling you the truth. People are not happy over that part of non-kinetic approach to terrorists and all their activities. The reintegration of them, forcing them to come back to society, people are already frowning at it. We just pray to not snowball into something that we cannot be able to curb. Away from that, interestingly, Nigeria has been ranked the lowest country in the world on the Quality of Life Index, according to the report by Numbeo. In the report titled Quality of Life Index by Country 2025 mid-year, Numbeo conducted a survey using overall human well-being factors, including safety, healthcare, cost of living, climate, security, and other relevant conditions. Out of the 89 nations ranked by Numbeo, Nigeria ranked lowest with an index score of 15.6, which is 58.1 point, a drift of 88 placed, where we have Venezuela, that happened to be the one that scored the 88 out of it, and despite political instability and series of severe economic sanctions imposed by the United States on the South American economy. Despite the recent deadly political revolution that led to the removal of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina last year, Bangladesh also ranked higher than Nigeria with 77 points, as Sri Lanka with 82.8 points, Egypt with 83.2, completing the top 5 countries with the poorest living conditions. Nigeria's low ranking came amid aggressive economic policies that President Bola Tinubu has implemented since he assumed office, which he promised would improve Nigerians' living condition. But commentators argue they have made things worse for the population. Imagine what we're getting this morning. The other time it was another foreign agency, a non-governmental agency that pushed out another index about Nigeria, and from everybody were talking, people were upset. Why should we depend on these entities to be telling us what is happening? Must we tilt to the west? Must we get foreign people to tell us how Nigeria is and that? But from what we are seeing, we top the charts. The poorest country with the lowest quality of life in Nigeria, number 1, Nigeria, number 2, Bangladesh. It's down your screen. Number 3, Venezuela, number 4, Sri Lanka. And for those that want to ask, how did we achieve, or how were these points being made? We saw that one of the things that he looked at happens to be cost of living, the climate, the security, and other relevant condition. Is Nigeria having an issue of insecurity at this point? Yes. Are we having a very high cost of living in Nigeria? Yes. Healthcare sector, how good or how bad is it? I believe you out there watching us this morning can, do the mathematics and also bring out your own figures to see. But it's painful that countries like Venezuela, Sri Lanka, I don't know how we're being equated with all those people. These are countries that we shouldn't have anything to do with. Wartime countries. Yet we're topping them on this chart. I think this is a good call to the president, not just defending the Christian genocide or defending their policy or defending the whole thing happening in Nigeria. It's time for us to walk the walk, to talk. Give Nigerians what they need. Make the cost of living to be balanced and good for people so that they will be able to enjoy and reap the fruit or dividends of democracy. Then at 65, we shouldn't be going back and forth. I don't like this.
We shouldn't be going back and forth. If you look at what Numbeo, as a matter of fact, we don't even need Numbeo, to tell us all of this. If we do what we call internal peer review, a mechanism that is used to compare notes. If we do an internal one between the past, in the past 26 years, take out the 16 years of the PDP and the 10, 11 years of the APC. It is very clear. You don't need anybody to tell you that Nigerians are worse now than they were like 15, 20 years ago. It is very clear. The numbers, speak to that. The numbers speak to that. You don't even need to consult Numbeo because the facts are there. We feel it. We see it. The problem. You see the problem. The problem I have in all of this is that when the government sees this kind of points, put out in the public, rather than address the issues, they will tell you, no, it is the opposition that is causing the problem. It is the people that don't like the president. These are the people causing the problem. It is the people who have lost out of the power equation that are causing all of these things. They will not talk about the real issues. And like I say always, I have problems with people that, the handlers of the president and the government, in the aspect of public communication. They don't know what to put out. They think Nigerians are fools or what? Instead of addressing the issues, they will try to spin it, to recreate the narrative, to twist it, to say, no, it is not. They first of all tell you that, look, everything that we are suffering now was caused by the PDP 16 years ago when they when they were in office for 16 years. Now, let's even assume that PDP is the one that caused it. It's been there for 10 years. And when you were coming in, there's a video that is out there, it's gone viral again. It's the president's speech, in 2014 when he was campaigning for Buhari. He said they have the temerity to ask for President Buhari's certificate. He was a general. He did this. He had a star brigadier. In fact, at the point, the president even misplaced it. He said he moved from colonel to major. He said he moved from colonel to major. And all of that. It's a slip. It could happen to anyone. But the fact is that for everything that they blamed PDP, they have done worse than that. And instead of tackling the issues, they are busy defending. If Peter Obi says this, they say, Obi is a problem. He's always creating problem. If Atiku says, no, Atiku, you were in government, you were vice president for 8 years, what did you do? And all of that. That is the problem. Instead of them to come and address these issues, they will rather, run away from it, run a execution and all of it. It doesn't help us. It doesn't solve our problem. Like I said, 2027 is around the corner. Nigerians, the call is for you, either to return this government or let it go. I don't like the idea that when people say that votes don't count. Votes count. If votes didn't count, Labour Party wouldn't have won the president in 2023. Votes counted. So don't say that your votes don't count. Go out there, vote, protect your vote. If you like this government, don't well and good, allow this government to stay. Then if you don't like this government, please vote it out. Ensure your vote counts. I don't like the idea that, look, votes don't count. Please, votes count. Go there and exercise your civic responsibility. Your franchise, it is your duty to do that and protect it.
Oh, yes, of course. Interesting. All of this, it's up to Nigerians to determine what they want for themselves. Healthcare is, completely down. I won't say nosediving, it is completely down. I was watching a video yesterday of she's a content creator, but one also who's dealing with cancer, a cancer patient. You saw the video, Fina?
Yeah, I
yes.
did.
And then she was complaining about how doctors are treated. She's, talked about the oncology unit. I can't even remember the actual hospital.
It's in Abuja.
Abuja. Thank you very much. And then she talked about how patients would have to wait in the rain to be attended to. She said, look, that she can't count how many times the rain had started and ended on her body while she was waiting to be attended to. And then she talked, a lot of discouraging things. And these things will make their way, it has made its way to social media. The international community will see these things. And if they conduct a survey based on that and other reports, who would fault them? I don't think anybody would. Because obviously, we've seen how Nigerian doctors are not paid hazard allowance or paid very meager hazard allowance. I think it was 5,000 at about 2023 or thereabouts. That's what they were getting for hazard allowance. And they were saying, no, we don't want the brain drain. Don't leave, stay. How would they stay? Why wouldn't they run? Why wouldn't they look for greener pastures? They have mouths to feed. You go to hospitals and doctors don't bother attending to patients that are coming with emergencies because they don't even have what to treat them with. They tell you, look, if you're coming in, bring syringe, drip, you bring everything.
And you pay for those things.
Yeah.
You end up paying for those things.
You will even buy and bring
That's
in.
what I'm saying. Even in their costs, they will add those things. They will include them.
No, it's not. It's not funny, really. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we've gotten to that level, and we still see resident doctors going on strike, and somebody somewhere is saying, "Look, you guys are unpatriotic." I think. Okay.
Just be coming down. Be coming down.
Okay.
And what you were talking about earlier about your Man Friday, begging.
Who's my Man Friday?
See, you have been vocal about some people of
Who's
late.
my Man Friday?
Your Man Friday telling Nigerians to make sure they monitor.
Daniel Boala. How is Boala my Man Friday? I don't get it.
I won't side you on this.
Oh, you won't side me on this?
No, he's not.
He's not my Man Friday.
He's not?
No.
Are you serious?
Why are you a troublemaker? But anyway, let's move away from those conversations and let's move away from those conversations. Let's run to the papers now. It's newspaper review, and we do have the Punch, Business Day, and Vanguard, and a few other dailies that we'll be looking at this morning. So, Fina, please, can you help me? I'm trying to get to the papers.
The one I would like to start off with is the Daily Independent newspaper.
Okay.
And the banner headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper this morning reads, Agric, ICT Financial Services boost Nigerian economy in Q3. And the window headlines are, PDP national leadership, state give conflicting notices on Osun 2026 Gubo primary. We have right after that story to be state PDP warns Adeleke may no longer be interested in party's ticket. Nigeria's all output adds up, still misses ambitious target. Other stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper. Defense Minister Badaro resigns.
Oh, yes.
Interesting. Terrorism. US, France, UK providing support to Nigeria. That's coming from Ribadu. A visit Kotangora over abduction of pupils. Millions of Nigerian drivers at risk due to fairly used tires. The story is on page 7. If you're interested, you can go through that to know how you are at risk. NUPRC projects $10 billion investment as licensing round opens. Nigeria's $1 trillion goal hinges on SMEs. That's coming from Abbas. Mba launches high-tech drones equipment to boost security. Nigeria grants asylum to Guinea-Bissau opposition candidate after a coup. The bottom strip headline, NSSEC rolls out national standards for secondary education. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper today.
All right, so let's go to the Vanguard now. Finally unlocked my device. Okay, so the window headlines here. Terrorism. US, France, UK backing Nigeria with technical support to Ribadu. Coup. Nigeria protects Guinea-Bissau's opposition candidate. Defense Minister Badaru resigns. Interesting headline, that one. We'll talk more about that one in the course of the program. Bid round, FG offers 50 oil blocks. Targets $10 billion investment. Okay? And then the big story there. Insecurity. Northern governors OK State Police suspend mining. One region will collapse if terrorists abduct nursing mother. 10 others in Kano. Panic at Abuja school as students mistake soldiers for kidnappers. Police foil planned mass kidnap attack in Abuja, kill 3 bandits. Abducted Niger school children are doing fine. Abducted Niger school children are doing fine.
Even in the forest.
Will return soon. Ribadru.
Okay.
Chimo. Okay. Tinubu must enforce emergency declaration on security. Experts. All right. So he knows that they're doing fine. So he's in communication with their abductors. Jonathan's wife, Ganduje, Duke, Fayoshe, others lose Abuja lands as Wike revokes 1,095 plots. We are no longer owners of property. Fayoshe Obahiagbon. I need Obahiagbon to speak on this matter. Amotekun, Agbekoya warriors move into Southwest Forest. Board promotes 24,202 senior paramilitary officers. Fubara counters Speaker Amawile's criticism on education. And there you have it, the headlines on the Vanguard front page.
Now let's quickly run through the New Telegraph. Economy, Nigeria records 3.9% GDP growth in Q3 25. Public debt hits 152.39 trillion naira in Q2 2025. That's coming from the NBS. Capital projects, state's expenditure up 377.47% to 1.60 trillion naira in 5 years. 6 billion naira Mambila fraud. Obasanjo promises to testify. Witness tells court. We are not just talking, we are acting. Fubara to prioritize education, job creation in 2026 budget. Investigation, why I won't appear before Edo Assembly by Obaseki. Guinea-Bissau, Nigeria also needs protection from anti-democratic forces, PDP tells Tinubu. Now the big story, amid renewed attacks, Defense Minister Badaru resigns, cites ill health. UK, US, France, others supporting Nigeria, FG. As Ribadu visits Kontagora, says abducted Catholic school pupils will be back soon. Ex-EDS Musa meets Tinubu over rising attacks. Our troops can end terrorism. They are not cowards, General Nwachukwu. Abokoya deploys members to tackle banditry, kidnapping in Oyo. Gas Infrastructure Fund reps order audit of NMBPRA for alleged mismanagement. Adidin award NAS Service Commission building contract Abbas. Osun Guba. Why Osun PDP Guba primary will no longer hold tomorrow by PDP chair. 9 aspirants return. APC nomination forms. Insecurity. North must act now or lose it. Northern governors warn. As bandits abduct breastfeeding mother. 10 others in Kano. 6 real estate marketers kidnapped in Ogun. Some nominees on Tinubu's ambassadorial list should be in prison. Joe Keshi. President has prerogative to choose ambassadors, says presidency. And the bottom strip headline, air pollution may lower health benefits of exercise study. Now that's it from the New Telegraph.
That's how far we can go on the newspaper review here on TM this morning. Do well to join Chukwumen Moses proper for the newspaper analysis. That'll be on top of the hour, 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll dissect the Voice of the People conversation, which is about the federal government getting ready to name terrorist financiers, as Reverend Dachumo claims that Tinubu's Muslim presidency is what is fueling Christian genocide in Nigeria. Do well to stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communication, Daniel Bwala, has disclosed that the federal government will soon reveal the identities of individuals and networks responsible for financing terrorism in the country. Speaking during an interview on a monitored television program on Sunday, Bwala said that Tinubu administration is already taking far-reaching decisions on national security, which will soon become clear to Nigerians. He said the current administration is intensifying its effort to counter the terrorist threat and will soon expose those financing and enabling terrorist activities across the country. Meanwhile, regional leaders of the Church of Christ in Nation, Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo, on Monday, linked the All Progressives Congress Muslim ticket to the furor of alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria, accusing the two top government officials of serving Muslim perspective and interest. The Plateau State-based cleric, in a Monitor TV interview on Monday, demanded the removal of the vice president as well as the national security advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. Reverend Dachomo noted that the need to remove Shetima Ribadu as an important measure towards addressing the country's current security challenges and ensuring unity between Christians and Muslim believers. We've been joined in the studio by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, who is a public and political affairs analyst. And also in the studio, we have Prince Francis Chilaka, a political and public affairs analyst also. And joining us virtually is Igoche Joseph, a corporate and industrial security expert. We'll also be touching base in Oka, where we have Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, former member of Anambra State House of Assembly. He is here in the capacity of a political and public affairs analyst. And thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you join to this conversation, Prince Francis. Without wasting much time, let me start off with you, Prince Francis Chilaka. There's a revelation made by Daniel Bwala, spokesperson of the president, talking about how the government is ready to bring out the list that contains the name of terrorism financiers in Nigeria. Recall, we have a name already, 400 and something names being given to the past administration, or rather to the president, because we know the government is continuing. And later we'll have another one, 0 down to 14 names, also made available to the president. Zazagola also printed out another information, talking about people who are financing this, even the Bureau of the Change offices and how the monies are being wired and all that. So why do we need another time or extension for people to be prosecuted and also offices, organizations to be brought to book?
This government is, the more you look, the less you see. It took Mr. President 2 years to give us a list of ambassadors. And when the list came out, it's nothing to write home about. It was just like the same list that happened during the prerogative of mercy. So A government that wants to act, a government that is that is moving forward, a government that knows what it's doing, you don't need to tell people you want to release. Let the government start by saying, okay, the 400 names that was given, publish it. Let people know. You see, what the government doesn't understand about this whole idea of putting out there those who are responsible for sponsoring terrorism and banditry is that once those names are out there, you've cut off the lifeline of these bandits. And that's how it works. But I think the government is not being, nobody's taking the government serious anymore, because we know that when the list comes out, we may likely see names that will shock us.
Now, when you say no one is taking the government seriously, recall that there was a list made available. We talked about that already. During the time of the former president Buhari, and it was more like no one said anything about it. No one is willing to tell Nigerians what is happening. So don't you think at this point, with the revelation made by Bwala, that in no distant time, Nigerians will have access to these people, or even in the international world, will have access to these persons and other organizations? Don't you think that's more like a work in good direction? Recall also that today we learned that the Defense Minister Baduro resigns. They cited health issue and all that. And he said something about the incessant insecurity in Nigeria leading to his resignation. Let's also look at what Ribadu talked about. He said he went somewhere, or rather that the children kidnapped from the St. Mary's Catholic School in Kotangora in Niger State are in good shape. Are we seeing the government?
Well, let me take it from Nuhu Ribadu. If he's saying that they're in good shape, has he seen them? Has he communicated with them?
Probably that's what it
is. Because the bishop of Kotangora has come out to say nobody has given us any information. You know they had a protest on Sunday. The families of the kidnapped children. Do you know why they went on protest? Because the governor said what he shouldn't have said. The governor said, "Oh, these children are not kidnapped, rather they are missing." That's the height of insensitivity. And that is the way government sees it.
So when you say if he has maybe reached more like talk to them or that, he also said something about them being taken care of, well taken care of. No room for alarm. We shouldn't be alerted.
See, when you say they have been taken care of, what it means is that you know where they are. You know the people holding them. Look at the one that happened in Katsina. Bandits had the temerity to do a video talking to the children, asking them questions, and telling them that we are letting you go not because of the force of your government, but because of the negotiations that has come out with your government. So if Ribadu is not telling Nigerians that, oh, these children are in safe hands, they have been taken care of, then it means that Ribadu knows where these children are.
All right. Mr. Elvis, let's bring you into this conversation. We have followed it. So now we have Daniel Bwala come to tell us that, look, the names, that was the names that were given to the government, previous administrations, I think it's more than how many years now? It was during the Buhari era, administration, and we didn't do anything, up until this moment that we are under pressure, the heat is on us to do something by the United States of America. That was not the only list. I think twice. Now we hear the presidential spokesperson say, look, we are working on it very soon. We are going to make it open. In the first place, is that what the government should tell us, that they are working on the list? Or government telling us that, look, we have apprehended, names on those lists, and we are actually, as a matter of fact, prosecuting them and trying to cut off that supply? What should it be? What should the government tell us at this moment?
Well, the government is telling us that they are working on the list. Let us believe that probably they don't want to. This is a government that will be publishing names of dead people, even in God directors and appointments. So probably they want to scrutinize this list so that the trajectory they are known for, publishing names of people that are not alive, people that are elderly, people that are even doing well in their respective businesses, and the government now calling them on board. Maybe they want to scrutinize that list and make sure that before they release it to Nigerians and the real genuine terrorist sponsors that Nigerians have been hoping for. The list is overdue quite well. We have been hoping for this because I keep telling you that I keep telling people that the boys, those ragtag boys in the bush that comes out to take AK-47 to pick Nigerians into the bush, they are not the terrorists, Mr. Koro. Those boys are not the terrorists. Those boys are just victims of circumstance. Those boys are still the ones that are still on the street now, Amajeri, whom the northern state governors refuse to take care of. So when opportunity of this nature comes, they don't even know what the opportunity is all about. They just fall victim. If you cut the lifeline by arresting these the terrorist sponsors and prosecute them, those boys will be hungry in the bush. They'll come out, they'll drop this gun. Once there is no bullet on that gun, their power is defeated. Once there is no food, their power is gone. Those boys are just like what we saw during that protest when we started seeing children holding a different country flag, and those children were arrested because they just hold that flag. They don't know what they were holding. That's the same thing you see with these boys. If these boys don't have motorcycles, petrol that motorcycle to move to the town, those motorcycles will be useless.
All right, Elvis, you know, when Buhari became president, a lot of Nigerians felt that, because of his campaign promises and all of that, that insecurity was going to end in 6 months. Former head of state, military general, and all of that, a lot of Nigerians believe that, look, we'll come to an end of this. But it didn't happen. Instead, it festered, under his. Now, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in, there was a political angle to it. There's this conspiracy theory that the North is using it for something, and that Tinubu was going to fight it. We haven't seen that. He's dilly-dallying, he's tiptoeing around all those issues. Do you think that there is another political coloration, around his inability, quote and unquote, to fight this insurgency, terror insecurity? Because as a matter of fact, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he has what it takes. Jonathan did it. He tried to push back, and they said, no, we don't do that. Politics again. So what will be the political coloration this time?
The second term. It's as simple as that. By the time they get into Aso Rock, let me tell you, the politicians are not interested in you and I. They're interested in the next election, how to get themselves back. They have stooge who sell this dummy to them when they get into the seat of government. The president now just become like a weakling, even though he's having all that big paraphernalia, that big toga as president and commander-in-chief. The people will tell me, this is not the time for you to do this because you are coming for a second term. That's what you are seeing. And again, all the people you are seeing, even the list you are expecting, you'll be disappointed because most of the names that are going to be in the list are not even going to be the real name. The major names that are perpetuating this insecurity are the major financiers of politicians. Their names will not be there. So these are some of the reasons why the president gets there and feel like he's handicapped because he wants to get back to the office for a second term, not minding whether Nigerians are in the bush, Nigerians are killed daily, slaughtered daily, or whatever.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. Let's take the conversation to Joseph Igoche, who is a security expert. Good morning, Joseph Igoche. Good to have you join today's conversation.
Good morning, viewers.
All right, please, I would like to get your opinion on, what we're talking about terrorism and the promise made by Daniel Bwala from the presidency saying that Nigerians will soon have the names of terrorism financiers in Nigeria. But I would like you to look at the information made available by Ribadu that at this point to have the United States, France, UK providing support to Nigeria to end the issue of insecurity. I think 2 or 3 days ago, we also got an information that the US have sited their base somewhere in Ghana. And then from there, they are coming into Nigeria with sophisticated equipment to, help survey the land, to know where they are going to, bombard if need be and all that. How do you think these whole measures are going to help to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria?
Good morning once again, viewers at home and my co-host in the studio. I still remain Igoche Joseph, a security expert. Well, we will be saying these things time without number, and I think there's nothing new about this issue of terrorism anymore. We keep saying the same thing often and often. I think the only link that is missing is the action about the people who have the will and who has the power, who have the resources to let it work. So terrorism globally has become a competitive business, and we have quite a number of people that have invested all their own life and resources into this, and they want to make it profitable. So it's not something you go to them begging them, pleading with them. You either take it by force or you let it go. So we are at the point of we allow them to continue to turn our country to a battlefield, to a business venture, to an oil field where they'll keep feeding and welling and get all sorts of things and go away, or we combat them head on. I think the promise of making the list, the name of the sponsors public and all sorts of things. Well, for me, it's not mentioning the name that matters, but the action taken to curb all these insecurities all over the places. And even if they release the list today, what has that got to do? Does the list stop them? Does the list do anything to them? What are the consequences? Are we ready to fight these people? Are we ready to hold on to them? And I think the Nigerian government should be willing. They should have that political will to rescue this nation from the hand of these so-called terrorists. It's a global issue, and that is why you see the collaboration from the US, from other top world leaders, promising Nigeria that, okay, they are coming to help. I think every government should welcome that idea and should welcome them with all what we need to make sure that we fight these people and we fight to win.
When you say welcome them with everything that they need, there was a revelation also being made by another top Nigerians about how some parts of Nigeria and Nigeria and Chad, are they marked out to be the world terror headquarters. And it happens to be somewhere in the north, within the Lake Chad axis and all that. How do you think we'll be able to combat these people, even when some are beginning to give it, more like a supremacy connotation, that some people, not Africans now, but some people, maybe from the West or the East, are sponsoring the issue of African terrorism?
That we need to combat them. See, we need a super force. We need a force that is more higher than what we are deploying now. Presently, Nigeria rely on non-kinetic energy. Oh, let's go and beg them. Let's go and plead with them. They keep multiplying. They get the money tomorrow. They kidnap. I'm from Benue State, and I've been victim of it. Anytime I speak about terrorism, I can say thousands of Nigeria doesn't have the feel the way I have the feel. It's not something like bread and butter, This guy came from nowhere and do whatever they wants to do and left the entire country, just the way it is. So what I'm saying in essence is this: the way it is now, and right now the way it is, if we want to really fight terrorism, I don't think it's something that is within the power of Nigeria as a nation. Even if we have the power, we have the political will. Are the people at the helms of affairs now who are supposed to lead this war against terrorism, in one way or the other, are they not complicit in this case? So many interests will begin to come. So we need people that have this equipment, the right tools, and the right mindset. The mindset, first of all, the mindset, put your resources together. The mindset makes whatever weapon you want to deploy to work. So what is our mindset? How do we view these people? Do we see them as a criminal? Do we see them as people to be eliminated? But when we still see these people who feed on human beings, who cannibalize people, and we are still seeing them as human, then there is going to be a problem. They don't see us as human. They see us more or less like, just let me say, more like food of just they don't see us the way we see them.
All right.
So what I'm saying in essence is this: it's a welcome idea, it's a welcome development for the world leaders, the US, the other big countries are coming to help us to regain the land. So there is no way we can downplay these things. It's not something that we can handle on ourselves, because when we give it to ourselves to handle, we begin to bring religion into it, we begin to bring sentiment into it. Oh, this is a political issue, this is not a political issue, and the real things are growing, and Nigeria are falling victim every day.
Interesting.
Now nobody can travel home anymore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Goche, for your submission. Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, let's get your opinion on this topic. As a politician, what do you make of the call by Reverend Dachamo that the Muslim ticket to have in Nigeria is what is for the fuel and the issue of insecurity? He's calling for the removal of Nuhu Ribadu and also the Vice President Shetima. What do you have to say about this? Because people are talking about Nigerians not having, or Nigerian government not having the political will to end the issue of insecurity. And it's more like the terrorists are gaining sympathizers all over. What do you have to say about this, please, the Muslim ticket?
The US President Donald Trump has been president because the majority ruling that refusal could lead amid the competition between the two presidents comes amid.
All right, I guess we're having a glitch because there's a little interference. I can hear you properly. Okay, and I would like for you to sort yourself out, then we can get back to you. But in the meantime, let's bring it back to the studio. Prince Francis Chilaka, you get the question I asked earlier to Honorable Jeffrey Goto about the Muslim ticket and the political will. Because some Nigerians with the opinion that since you have a president who is a Muslim and also the vice president is Muslim, the NSA a Muslim and all that, you know, it's more like playing the religious sentiment on the issue against terrorists.
The state of nepotism that we have in governance today was actually fueled by the former late president, Muhammadu Buhari. And I think, unfortunately, what has played out is this administration has copied, like Nigerians do, Nigerian leaders, when they go abroad, when they want to copy the things they see abroad, they copy the worst part of it and bring it back home. So this President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has copied the worst side of the late president and is applying it. When the issue of Muslim ticket came up, I was one of those who spoke against it. I said, it does not reflect who we are. It does not show the unity that we're trying to build. It does not show the fact that we want to shake hands across the Niger. But a lot of people felt, oh, it doesn't matter. We even had some men of God who came and said, it doesn't matter. But today, everybody's feeling it.
Does it really matter?
It matters.
I could recall that Abiola also had a running mate who was a
As at the time of Abiola
and Babagana
Kingibe, as at the time of Abiola and Babagana Kingibe, we have not been divided the way we are today. As at that time, nobody knew who was a Muslim and who was a Christian in Nigeria. But this set of politicians we have used religion and tribe as a weapon to divide the people.
When you made mention of the former administration, we have the president, a Muslim, and then the vice president was a Christian. How did the issue of insecurity play out then? It was a big balance.
You see, let me tell you something. I say with all sense of responsibility. If you go back to 2013, 2014, and you listen to the campaigns of the former president, I told people, I said, he was shouting change. Nigerians were shouting change. And when he came, what did he do? He changed Nigerians. And that changing means that he opened the route for this insurgency that we have today. And we had expected that coming with, first time in the history of our political life, we were having a core politician. Somebody that was sold to us as a master strategist. Somebody that was sold to us as the man who built Lagos, despite the efforts of people like the late Lateef Jakonde, Fashola, and Ambody. But we were told that only one man built Lagos. And I was going to come and build Nigeria. But the Nigeria we have today is worse than it was when he came. So the truth of the matter is that whether you have a vice president, first of all, let us be sure of what we're saying in this country. A vice president is a spare tire. We all here sit down here, we have cars. How often do you use your spare tire? And that is the situation we have. We have a system that gives all the power to the president. If you follow the interview of our one-time president, Jonathan, he said something. And I think people Nigerians listen, they don't grasp. They don't meditate over what somebody says. He says he was, as an acting president, you're not the chief CNC. As the acting president, you're not the commander-in-chief. That you become a commander-in-chief when you're sworn in as a president. That you are sworn in as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and then you are given the authority as the commander-in-chief. The vice president is not the commander-in-chief. He is just there as an acting capacity. He doesn't have powers. Even during the time of Buhari and Oshibajo, you notice what happened. When Buhari was sick and went abroad, Oshibajo put some things in place, which Nigerians saw as a light at the end of the tunnel. When Buhari came back, what did he do? He switched off the light and brought us back to darkness.
But in this case, we know that the vice president said something. He said, let the man who turned Lagos into the largest economy within just few years be the one that will man the affairs of economy. Let the vice president, handle the issue of security.
Okay, let me ask you this, Fina. That's a good observation. Since this government came to power, tell me, what has been the status of Shetima?
He's been traveling and representing Nigeria.
Good.
But
let's
take the conversation to Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu. Good to have you again, Honorable Ejiofor. Good to have you join the conversation once again. I was asking, as a politician, what do you make of the words of Reverend Dachumo, blaming the issue of insecurity on the Muslim tickets that we have playing out now? He also is calling for the removal of the Vice President Shetima and also Nehru Badu from the opposition, replacing them possibly with a Christian or maybe a traditionalist.
I think the issue is not about Ribadu as a person. The government is an institution, and the president and commander-in-chief is in charge of the government. So it is not about Ribadu as a person. I do not think Ribadu as a person will have all the capacity to destroy every plan of the government to fight terrorism. So I think it is a collective lack of political will by the government as an institution. The government has not shown Nigerians that they are really ready to fight terrorism. The government has not practically demonstrated a commitment that people can feel and touch, that they are ready to fight terrorism. I do not believe that removing one political appointee or the other will make a lot of difference. If the president stamps his feet on what he wants to be done, every political appointee under him must have to align with it and then make sure these things are done. So I do not see it from that angle of personal attacks on these people. But the long and short of this story is that the people are dying. People are dying. And government needs to do a whole lot to show us Nigerians that they are really in charge. The primary purpose of government is the security and welfare of the people. And if we continue to have this discussion every day without actions, it borders on national unity, it borders on patriotism, it borders on passion and love for the country. It kills the zeal of the younger elements who are growing up, who are coming up on the way they see Nigeria. The fact that Nigeria cannot protect them, it's a very shameful thing. So the government should do things that are showing capacity to destroy. You can listen to the National Security Advisor saying that the kidnapped students are doing very well, as if he went to serve them tea in the morning and serve them amala in the afternoon. So he felt they are doing well. How can people who were kidnapped and taken away from their families be doing well? What kind of well are they doing in a kidnapped environment? You can imagine. So these kind of things show lack of empathy. It shows lack of commitment to doing what is right. The government should wake up. A situation where terrorists will showcase that they are far above government, brandish money everywhere in this economy of lack. You can imagine how younger boys and girls who have not seen that kind of money will see. How will they picture it on the social media, where they see people who are supposed to be bad, who are supposed to be in prison,
showing off affluence and wealth, and then of course it encourages other people to want to go into crime. That's the situation that we're having. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, for your contribution there. Let's bring it back to Mr. Elvis Elimehele. Now, Nigeria is part of the global anti-money laundering, a lot of global anti-money laundering organizations. Now, with that membership, and we see how terrorism financing has thrived in Nigeria, what greater implication would it have on Nigeria from the part of the international community when they see that, look, you're not really doing anything about, terrorism and money laundering. The government has said they will come hard on banks that aid terrorism. What do you make of all of that? Is that something that should hold? Does that hold water?
Well, I think it's part of what we are expecting to hear from the government now. This releasing of this terrorist sponsors list, and also these banks. Because if you look at the volume of money, the humongous amount of money that passes through the hand of these bandits, especially when we are talking of payment of ransom, where do you get that money? Okay, if somebody is kidnapped and you are go and bring 50 million, is that 50 million in the house? It's somewhere. It's somewhere in the bank. And you need to withdraw. You don't do transfer to terrorists. And when you get to bank now, you and I, Moses, they'll tell you they will not give you more than 20,000. They will not give you more than 50,000. But these people come, withdraw this money and take it to this bandit. Can't it be traced through that manner? So it shows that we have not really been serious about fighting this terrorism. Most of the people we see, most of the bank ND should also be scrutinized adequately and investigate very well. Then in the area of talking about what Dachomon said concerning, let me tell you, this government, even if they were serious or not, when they came up with that Muslim ticket, Nigerians kicked against it. They went further to make caricature of the whole situation, mockery, by going to dress fake bishops. We saw it. That was where they threw Christianity out of circulation in this nation. That led to this massacre we started seeing, this genocide we started seeing that we are crying of. Nigerians condemn it. Even some people, somebody like Daniel Bwala that is talking about coming to release the terrorist financial list now. Daniel Bwala left APC because of that singular act then. And said we went to join the PDP to campaign for Atiku Abubakar. Remember Babachi Lawal, the former secretary to the government of the federation, left the party then too. Nigerians protested, but this government insisted because they knew what they were coming to do. How do you go and dress up some kind of people, caricature and tell these are bishops? Do they know the paraphernalia of bishop? Do you not know the office of bishop? How high ranking they are? They just made mess of the whole thing, and that's where we are. So that was the time they were giving opportunity and giving that boldness to these boys. So what we are seeing today started right from the time of campaign. If we were having a good electoral system, that was the time these people should have gotten to power. If our vote actually counts in this nation, we would have seen that because of the protest, Nigeria protested and voted. Yes. But unfortunately, INEC came and told us that there was a glitch. And that glitch today has not been explained. We have started seeing that the man who announced glitch is getting reward every day.
Does it seem like this government thrives more on propaganda? Because before you respond, you just mentioned the bishops, yes. Whether they are fake or not, I don't know. I wasn't there. We saw the video. Yes, and then we also saw very recently a video which we played here of some individuals in America claiming to be Nigerians speaking against the genocide in Nigeria, only for the interviewer in that video to interview them, and then we realized they were not even Nigerians. They were actually paid to be there. Does it seem like this government will do anything about solving insecurity, or are they more focused on propaganda?
They are 100%.
Should we have hope?
They are 100% focused on propaganda. You remember Lai Mohammed in this nation when he was their spokesperson. That propaganda about APC started from his time. See where we are now. I saw that video. It was even posted on my school platform, and I reacted and I made some comments. Some APC who are also members of the platform now picked it up. You can imagine the people who had that placard, Moses, do not even know what is happening in Nigeria. They don't even know where Nigeria is located in the world. But because they were just paid, that is you and I's money, taxpayers' money, that was used to sponsor that against Nigerians, because Nigerians talked about insecurity. When government now renege on their function, on their duties and responsibility, constitutional duties and responsibility, that government becomes a threat to the people. The constitution says the welfare and security of the citizen belongs to, is the primary responsibility of the executive arm of government, which is headed by the president. When you are not doing that, then you will not think that the people are happy with you. The people are not happy with you. The money that was used to sponsor that campaign abroad, do you know how much it is? That's taxpayers' money that could have been used to even solve some problem here. I keep telling you that if these northern states, especially the northern states, function like normal states in Nigeria, most of this security will be reduced. But they can get that money to go and hire some people abroad, pay them in foreign currencies, and make them to come and start talking against Nigerians. The same Nigerians they refuse to protest. The same Nigerians that are in IDP camp all over this nation.
And with all of that, we start to ask the question: should we expect anything from the said publication of the list?
Well, the only area it may make a little bit of difference is if these international communities are coming in, like we are hearing of some other countries are coming in, to help us to fight the terrorism. But if you leave it to Nigerian government alone, forget about it. It's going to be political and it's going to be thrown away.
Forget about it, you say. All right, so let's quickly run back to Joseph Igoche. Joseph, are you still there? Good. You are a security expert, and you've talked about how you have been affected directly by insecurity in Benue State. Are you and some other of your friends from Benue State thinking about teaching people how they can defend themselves, especially against these insurgents when they come? Are you putting any structure in place for somebody to be on the lookout, for some of these invasions? Do you have like a rotation of guards, on your own level, just as individual security? Are you thinking of doing that? Is that in the works already?
Well, that I think we have passed that stage now. We have passed that stage at the level we are presently of the insecurity, particularly in the North Central. There is no amount of training skill you can give to an individual to defend himself, and the person is harmless against somebody that is highly weaponized. These people come in the middle of the night, start shooting all over the places, setting houses ablaze.
Exactly the question I asked. Is there some sort of, watch? Is there some sort of rotational guard watch that your local security is putting in place to ensure that you're not taking unawares?
Yeah, there is. But with these people, regardless of whatever you put in place, in fact, there's nothing to think for them. There's nothing to stop them. They are not afraid of whatever strategy you are putting in place, because they are coming with a superior power. They are coming with weapons. So the only thing that can make them to retreat back and think about going to your community is what they have, because they also do their own assessment. They don't just come. They assess their environment a week or 2 weeks before they launch the attack. So when they discover that you are defenseless, no matter whatever you think you are putting, you can only put it well. At the end of the day, 1 or 2 survivors, somebody run, dive low, go down, sleep, don't move anywhere, and pray to your God. Maybe a bullet did not pick you. But no matter how strategy you are teaching your people, doesn't stop them from coming.
So you are not teaching them anything. You would rather just wait for God to, come help you.
So that does it. Except they also know in their assessment that, if we approach these people, we are going to be the counterforce. And there is no counterforce. And that is why we're saying it in different fora, that our government should please allow, even if you need to put regulations, let's allow Nigerians to have access and carry firearms. Then it will be 50-50. Look at what happened in Abajana Express, when a group of less than 50 or 30 bandits took over the road, and they stopped Nigeria convoy, about 300 to 400 vehicles, and nobody could move. Are you telling me if at least 2 or 3 people or 5 in each of those vehicles has firearm, do you think any group of bandits will come and block the road? What is terror? Because you have a superior weapon to come and terrorize me. So those are the other aspect of it. But people will still come because quite a number of people have not experienced it before. They'll say, no, oh, that system is bad. People use it against themselves. But people have been dying. People have been killed every day. Ordinary knockout in my side, people will jump from their house and go and die, thinking they have come again. So those are the issues we have. So there is no amount of trading skill you give to young people in the community, or if you see them, fine. We apply all those ones just to keep you alive.
All right.
It doesn't stop these people from coming.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Igoche. I think there's an ongoing debate whether Nigerians should be allowed to carry arms or not. It's going to stay for a while because a lot of people are pushing in that direction. Now, let's come back to the studio. And before we leave this conversation, please, I want to ask you. We have been talking, and Moses talked about financing, and the collaboration with international financial agencies and all of that. I would like to ask you, Nigeria is a country of interest globally, and we understand that certain people believe that, America is coming in because China is here doing the exploration and all of that. I want us to talk about foreign interest in Nigeria in terms of this terrorism, not of business. Do you think that some foreign powers, some foreign countries could be involved in sponsoring this terrorism? We know that ISWAP is well and alive here in the northern region, and they are doing a lot, Islamic State West Africa. Do you think that some foreign countries, that I don't want to mention, Islamic countries, and we also know that there's a lot of funding coming in from those countries. Talk about Sukuk, talk about, other interest-free loans and all of that. Could they be part of the problem?
Let me take it from a different dimension. I think that Nigeria of today is more afraid of breaking up than taking out this terrorist group. And that is why you find a situation you think it is impossible to do what is possible. Our leaders are more afraid of losing a grip that they have on the people than taking out this terrorist group. See, between you and I, he mentioned it, and I like the way he put it. Between you and I, walk into any bank in Nigeria, you cannot take more than 20,000 naira. But then somebody is going to pay the terrorists 10 million. Where does he get the money from? How come that when you want to pay ransom, banks suddenly have money to give you? So where are they getting the money from?
Okay, now please, that's an angle to it. But my direct question is...
I'm coming. Okay. You're talking about foreign interest.
Okay, beautiful.
If you're talking about foreign interest, what do you think they're interested in? You talk about China being interested in mineral and all of that. How much of that mineral is reflecting in your life? If you're not aware, the governors of the North came together and they're meeting. And they said something that really got me baffled. They said they're suspending mining in the North for the next 6 months. Is that not hypocrisy? Who is doing the mining in the North? Is it the federal government? Every mining that is being done in the North is illegal mining. So it means that the governors in the North are aware that there's illegal mining going on, and they're pretending.
Okay, now, Prince.
I'm coming. Okay. You and I know that it is very, very expensive to venture into mining. That is where the foreign interest you're talking about comes in.
No, you're talking, I said, let's take out the economic business interest. I'm looking at, let's, for instance, you see what Hezbollah, what Iran is doing in Lebanon, what they are doing in Gaza and all of that. We also see that Saudi Arabia sponsors a lot of, Islamic development in Europe, and it's a present issue now in parts of Europe. My question is, do you think that this foreign interest might be interested in Nigeria to the extent that they want to? We have been having this debate. Nigeria is a member of IOC and all of that. Could it be part of the problem?
Okoro, it has nothing to do with OIC.
Okay.
What you have playing out in Nigeria has to do with economy. It has to do with your resources.
Okay.
Who is going to control it? Those people who are doing those illegal mining, they don't care about the life and livelihoods of Nigerians. Because if they were doing the right thing, Nigerians will not be living in IDP camps today. So the government is complicit. in whatever is happening. And that is why we're saying that it is the responsibility of government to secure the lives and properties of Nigerians. You have opened your door for illegal mining. And you know what comes with illegal mining. If you have gold here now, it means that for you to be able to access the gold, you need to chase away everybody within that community. So we should be asking questions. Now that you're asking this question, whether it's an issue of Islamic agenda, that's what you're trying to say. The question you should be asking is, the lands that people have been driven out of, where they're now living in IDP camps, Okoro, who are the people taking over those lands?
No, that's the question.
Who are taking them over? Why is it that this government has not been able to return people back to their ancestral homes?
No, now I go back to that question. Before we leave, I go back to that question. Do you think that there could be foreign interest to ensure that, look, Nigeria is...
Even if there's foreign interest, they need local interest to achieve their aim.
Okay, so are they aligning? Do you see them aligning?
How can you ask me if they're aligning? When Nigerians are living in IDP camps, Okoro?
All right.
When Nigerians can no longer sleep with their two eyes closed.
Okay. Elvis, sorry please. Elvis, let me quickly ask you. With the recent release that government was involved in of, the Iruku church members and some of the other girls, and we saw how, government got involved. Do you think, and then there was a release, bandits were not, the kidnappers were not abducted, there was no shootout, and nobody died. Do you think government paid ransom or government just threatened them? I asked that to ask another thing. So just...
They said they didn't pay ransom, but
they said they didn't pay.
Yeah, but you and I know too well that these bandits are not Father Christmas.
So you think they paid?
Well, Nigerians know. Me, personally, I also know that.
If that be the case, can we say that government itself is financing terrorism? Because if you pay ransom, and we know that they use this ransom to stock up cash of arms, can we then say that government itself should be on that list, financing terrorism?
That's where the issue comes in now, Moses. The government itself, if they want to be truthful to themselves, they should look inward. At the time, former President Jonathan told us that terrorists has infiltrated his government and they are part of his cabinet.
Buhari said the same.
Buhari that we so looked at, retired general that was coming to do the needful, could not achieve it. Then what do you expect of President Tinubu?
And Ribadu is saying, look, don't worry, this...
But Moses, Moses, let me just interject. You're asking a question. You are forgetting that these same guys who took these girls released a video.
They released a video.
And everybody's keeping quiet about it.
The Kebi girls.
They released a video telling you that we are doing this because we entered into negotiation with your government.
Yeah, but the negotiation could be...
The negotiation can never be anything other than settlement.
So now, if you say the negotiation cannot be any other thing other than settlement, are we going to see that play out also in Kotangora in Niger State? Because from what we gather from the Horibado, he went there, he went to visit Kotangora, and he came up to tell us that the children are okay, they're well taken care of. There's no need for us
he didn't go to visit the children. He went, you know, when government wants to lie,
okay,
they package it well.
Well, we might have a different view from one of our guests. So let me go to Fred Egwatu. Yeah. Okay. So Fred, can we say, in your opinion, now, do you think that government itself is financing terrorism if government is having to pay ransom to get abducted Nigerians freed?
I wouldn't say it directly, but when we look at what is happening, you might be tempted to make that conclusion. Not financing terrorism just because of the negotiations and cash, but the inability to stop the financial, inability to stop the people who are promoting this terrorism, the inability to use government forces as it should be to destroy this wicked element that is calling Nigeria. It's aiding and abetting in the other way. So if you refuse to stop something from happening, that means you are indirectly encouraging that thing to happen. Now, nobody can tell us. Somebody asked a question in the studio now. Who are the people occupying those places that people were driven away from and have become occupants of IDP camps. What is happening in those places? Can't government go there and get those people out of there? That means government is indirectly supporting the people who have taken over those lands and prefers to take care of the owners of the land in IDP camps. So when you say sponsoring, financing, in every way, these inactions tend to give Nigerians the audacity, the authority, the impetus to make such conclusions. So government has failed woefully in tackling issues as it should be. I've always said here that when a national security advisor speaks, Nigerians should be ready to listen and learn something new. A national security advisor should not be talking like a comedian. People are doing very well. They are doing very kidnapped people are doing very well. You can imagine that kind of thing. People are doing a comedy. So the issues are that government is not stepping up the game. Therefore, we can now say that because they are not stepping up the game, because they are not doing what they're supposed to do, they are indirectly supporting the carnage.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Honorable Igwatu. Now, I understand that Mr. Joseph Igoje will leave this conversation as the other gentleman will follow us into another conversation where we're talking politics proper in Nigeria. So, Joseph, please, give me your concluding thoughts. I mean, you are one person who's seen the terror being perpetrated by these terrorist groups firsthand. What would be your concluding thoughts in 1 minute?
For me, from this point, my concluding point here is just we'll still appeal to the Nigeria government and to the well-meaning Nigerian to continue to work on our leader, to allow the international body who have the stronger power and who have the will to fight these terrorists to come in. Regardless of whether political, whether economic, some people are saying, oh, America is coming because of oil in Nigeria. This one is because we are alive that we even think we have oil somewhere. Because it's not quite everybody that has been badly affected. So on the issue of terrorism, for me, we should keep supporting our government, but more especially support them and work on them to make sure that we get these people that have superpower to come.
How do we work on them?
Who will not be biased.
How do we work on them? How do you propose to work on them?
Part of working on them is what we are saying now. We should keep saying it because we are powerless here. Our constitution is designed in such a way that even the state is harmless. The state can't defend himself. Okay, you have my state governor to go and get a vigilante group at this. He cannot even empower them with weapons.
All right.
Are we going to fight terrorists with their gun? The answer is no.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Joseph Igoje. Well, it might interest you to know that America is already collaborating with Nigeria. They've set up a base in Ghana from where they, conduct surveillance on some parts of Nigeria.
So the type of collaborations we look is not collaboration in terms of we want to see the physical. We want to see it physical.
You want to see bombardments?
Collaboration on paper. We've seen a lot of collaboration on paper.
You want to see bombardments?
Yeah, we want to see it. Because where these people are, just like what the co-presenter said, they chase people away from their community and they live there. These people live there. Okay, look at what happened in Eruku. You can hear from testimony of those people that were rescued from Eruku. They live in communities. And our government go and get people out. Government go there and get people out. And they allow them in those communities. So there is nothing we can say that will put an end to this. We need serious bombardment. If you are bad, you are bad. They get rid of you. We know during that action, a lot of innocent Nigerians will go. After all, we've been dying. But at least the few people that will remain, they will have to enjoy the land. That is just the simple basic truth.
Sacrifice. All right then. Thank you very much, Joseph. Well, gentlemen, we would like the rest to stay with us. We crave your indulgence as we get into another conversation. Atiku Azobi's deputy, ADC's only chance to defeat Tinubu. This is according to Ohanese's Ibuayaka. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
the Ohanese Youth Council, CYC, has asked the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, that she will run as the Vice Presidential candidate of African Democratic Congress and allow Mr. Peter Obi to be the party's presidential candidate for 2027 general post. Well, according to OYC, the pairing of the two politicians with Obi as the star candidate is the only calculation the ADC can use to defeat the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. The president of Ohanese Youth Council, Ibuayaka, who gave the advice in a statement issued on Monday, said that Peter Obi will create a national rebirth of Nigeria if elected president of Nigeria. While he argued that since the national chairman of ADC is from the northern region, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar should be selfless by allowing the presidential candidate of the party to come from the south. According to Ohanese Youth Council President, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has allegedly failed Nigerians and should be replaced through Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar ADC ticket. He said that the Ohanese Youth Council will not allow any plan to further the marginalization of the Igbo nation. We still have in the studio here our gentlemen who joined us from the beginning. Prince Shilaka, let me come straight to you on this. We've had discussions on this several times, and you have consistently, repeatedly said Atiku Abubakar is not going to run for presidency in 2027. Between then and now, I have not even finished my question. You are saying that you still stand on that. So do you think that...
I think the Ohanese Youth Council, they have a misplaced priority. Okay. You don't ask somebody like Atiku to become a vice. Okay. I mean, for me, it's an insult. Let us put it the way it is. And I think they're just trying to make a mockery of the entire system. You know, it's totally unacceptable. For me, I keep saying that Atiku has become an enigma. Atiku should be somebody who mentors, who teaches. And that is the role I want Atiku to play. And that is the role a lot of people are asking Atiku to play. Not asking Atiku to begin to look at vice presidential. No. It's completely out of.
I'll get into this. Atiku officially joined the ADC about 10 days or thereabout ago, and over the weekend we saw Malam Erufai, Nasir Erufai, join the ADC. And when he was receiving his membership card, he said, "Look, I have joined the ADC, and I would like for someone like Peter Obi to come join us so that we can join hands to remove President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC because they have done much, caused much havoc for us." Do you see Peter Obi going to the ADC?
Well, Peter Obi might go to ADC. Okay. Because initially, let's be very honest, we didn't see ADC becoming as vibrant as it is becoming now. Because we saw court injunctions, court cases going on back and forth. We saw people coming out to claim, we are still in charge of ADC, we're not paying allegiance to
David Mark.
Yeah. But in the coming days, you see things are beginning to shaping up. With the formal entry of Atiku Abubakar as a card-carrying member of ADC. Erufai has done the same. Okay. Erufai has done the same thing. So it is becoming obvious that we are beginning to smell a little bit of an opposition.
Now I like the fact.
So, for me, I believe that Peter Obi is weighing the options. What people need to understand is that this coalition was not formed by Atiku. Coalition means more people coming together. So it wasn't only him. But the thing is that Atiku has actually been in the forefront.
A lot of people see him as the driver. As the driver of the coalition.
Being a driver does not mean you own the car.
Okay, now when you say that we see the ADC becoming vibrant now, we have not seen any governor join the party or any senator, member of House of Reps or...
You see, the mistake
what political capital, apart from
the mistake we make in this country is that we assume that governors who have failed in their states, political jobbers, shoe shiners who have failed in their states, who have not been able to add value in terms of developing their states, in terms of the youths getting employed in their states because of their own selfish desires. When they leave their party and join another party, you feel that that party they're joining is making more sense. No.
Are we making a mistake, or are we relying on the experience of history? If you go back 2014, what
it happened.
The NPDP and all of that.
It happened. So for me, I think I would say that until we, the people, realize that that sovereignty belongs to us, and that we give it to whoever we want to. Until we come to that realization, these politicians will
How soon can we realize?
These politicians will stop taking us for granted.
Let's talk about the role of the people in all of this. I like to quote Sir Ivor Jennings, British philosopher. He said, look, the people can, he didn't say it in Nigeria, he didn't say it in Africa. He said, the people cannot decide until someone decides who the people are. You know, is that what we are seeing here in Africa and Nigeria? The situation, because we talk about people and power and politics.
Yes.
You know, so who actually has the power? Is it the people or the person that decides who the people are? What is it for you?
It's the people that have the power. People have the absolute power. The only problem we have here, while we are looking at the other way, is that when the people exercise the power, the authority now truncates it, like what happened in 2023 general election. When only one person came and announced that there was a glitch.
That shows the people does not have the power. If the authority can still truncate it.
The people have the power.
Do nothing.
Do nothing
the people
about
have
it.
the power, but when it happened, we relaxed. The bigger disappointment now came from the judiciary, which is also one of the organs that the people rely on.
And the people do nothing.
The people did something. The people are supposed to work. You see, it's just because of the way we find ourselves. The people have that opportunity, that privilege to go out and say, no, this is not the government we want. Through protest, peaceful protests. But unfortunately, the people have not really keyed into that their
people protested. People protested.
They did. The resilient is what we are talking about. It's not just a protest of 2 days, 3 days, everybody goes back, goes back to his house. We've seen what happened in Bangladesh. We've seen some of these things that happen in some of these countries.
Do you think such things, do you think that can happen in Nigeria, considering our...
It will happen over a period of time. Sometimes, some years ago, nobody thought Nigerians would find themselves in this insecurity. Nobody thought Nigeria would lay itself up with bombs and become a suicide bomber. If we get to a certain level where the goat is pushed to the wall, this same goat you think it doesn't harm, we return and say, no, I can't go through this. It will get to that level. We are getting gradually to it. We are seeing now that government is... I don't you see some of their policies now. By the time we attack someone, they come back and say, no, it was not like that. They start bending it. But we know the truth. That shows that the people are now beginning to realize what we are doing. What do you think we are doing here? The advocacy is becoming wider. It's becoming, people are getting more in tune with the workings of government. Especially with this kind of analysis. We are not just coming here to read the news. As it used to be. We now let people know their rights.
Now, I want to this question and also get opinion of Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu. Some persons of the opinion that Africa is peculiar and we should do away with democracy that we borrow from the Western world. That we should find a way or a major part of leadership or ruling that will actually favor us. Our own pattern of government. Do you share that line of thought too? And if that should be the case, what do you think it should be?
Yeah, what I believe is that there should be a modification. It is not just the way they copy in US and come and paste it here. Because traditionally we don't have the same culture, we don't have the same tradition and all that. There should be a modification. If there are ways that before democracy came, we have always been having leaders. We have of the Benin empires. We have of some of they were led by leaders. How were they picking their leaders then? Can't we also go back and say, let's brush this history? If it can work then, let's bring some of those things that made it work and bring it into this modern democracy and see how we can have our own pattern democracy in Africa. Not just the way it works abroad, works with these European people that it works here. Look at it. China have a kind of democracy today. They also call themselves, they change leadership. But it's not the way it's done in America. In India, they have democracy. It is not the way it is done in America. A country should find the way they will pattern their own attitude to suit them and suit the people of that country. It's not just the one that is like, we just copy and paste it and we are learning it. By the time you start learning, you'll be making mistakes.
So in other words, the only part or the only thing we'll pick from democracy is just the election.
It's just the election, and it's not working. And the people that gave us the election hijacked it away from us again. That's why we are helpless.
No, but let me just add to what he just said. You know, when we talk about democracy, we had the best kind of democracy in Nigeria before the white, in quotes, brought their democracy. Take for instance, in the Southeast then, you had the Umunna that settled issues. We had a way that Ezes were elected.
That's for the Southeast.
In the West, we have the same. We have the same. In Lagos, in the West, we look at Lagos, we just don't wake up and say, this man is an Oba. There was a process.
In the North, it was different. And then we came together.
Well, see, the thing is this, gentlemen and lady, our problem is the fact that we all, as Nigerians, we're not being sincere to each other.
How so?
We need to sit on a round table and look ourselves eyeball to eyeball and ask ourselves, is this marriage working? The marriage we have today, called Nigeria, is not working.
All right. That's a different conversation entirely. But let's quickly run to Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Now, Honorable, well, good to have you. Thanks for staying back. Now, ADC is saying, look, if, a Peter Obi and an Atiku ticket, I don't know how they want to do it, one on top, one assisted, will be a good one. But we hear Dati Baba Ahmed speaking with Labour Party, say, look, Peter Obi is still a member of the Labour Party. Why is Peter Obi confusing Nigerians? Where is he going to? Where does he stand? What is he waiting for? Is it not high time he stated his stance? I mean, is it not high time he made his stance known to Nigerians? What are your thoughts?
The same Mr. Peter Obi, Excellency, has been through this game once and a second time. First of all, he was running against the former Vice President Atiku, and later on he became a presidential candidate himself. So I think he has come to understand quite a lot about Nigerian presidency. And so he's hovering like a flag, waiting for signal, permission to land. So I wouldn't blame him for being very careful, for being very tactical, for trying to...
Unfortunately, Honorable Egwatu, the audio quality is really distorted. Unfortunately, we can't get, the essence of what you're saying. We can't even hear you clearly. I think it's because of there's some sort of wind distraction, wind distortion over there. If you can change your location, that would do us a lot of good. All right, so we'll just give you time to change your location. Let me go to you now, Elvis. The same question I asked him, really. What's your reaction to that? Why? What is he waiting for? Is he waiting for March 2026 to say, okay, he wants to belong to a political party?
I think Obi is becoming very, very sensitive in this matter because, Obi got that vote through obedient movement. Where Obi
and some of the obedient movements have said they will go with him wherever he goes. I mean,
yes,
obviously,
yes, he says so.
We will go with him.
I'm not pointing at you.
He doesn't want to rub feathers. So if obedience says move, Obi will move, and he will move. And he will
if obedience says move,
yes, he will move.
He will move, and he will tell Nigerians. But this kind of
which obedience? They did some sort of collation of membership the other time.
Online.
Yeah.
And we don't know who is who
the
now.
Numbers.
We don't know their numbers. We don't know who is
who. They know themselves.
Many obedient members are not even online people.
Exactly.
A market woman is obedient. That butcher you see on the street
is obedient.
Selling meat is obedient. Those who I don't know about online. Do you understand? So when the time comes, when it goes to...
When will the time come?
No. When at the polling booth, at the point of voting, obedient more. Yeah.
No. At the point of voting, are they going to... Is he going to be an independent?
No. Before then, Obi would have aligned. Obi is going to align.
That's the question Moses is asking. Obi is
going to align soon. Obi is going to tell Nigerians whether he's going to remain with Labour Party or he's going to move to ADC.
Okay, but what do you, I know you don't work with him.
I see Obi
okay.
going to ADC. But the only area I'm not comfortable with where Ohaneze is saying Atiku, Obi Atiku. They should come out boldly and say Atiku should play the role of an elder statesman.
Simple.
As simple as that. Let Obi take the ticket.
We're not seeing Atiku doing that anytime soon.
Who told you?
Now, when you say who told me, if Atiku never wanted to contest again or be on the ballot again, he would have dismantled the media team that he has. That's one. Number two, hold on, Prince Francis. Also, wouldn't have seen him moving over to say, I am picking a ticket of a political party. They'll just stay there as an elder statesman and give out ideas and blessings to people that are supposed to give blessings to.
If Atiku is not worked on by the ADC leadership to sit as an elder statesman, they would have killed the ADC. Completely.
No, Elvis, do you think Obi is delaying announcing his platform because he probably thinks that, look, if he does early enough, that there might be some kind of infiltration?
Infiltration from where?
From people that go about destroying, like we hear some elements are
infiltration. Those people that do those infiltration are already doing it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's even issue aligned, so that even when the infiltration comes, they would have been able to put their house in order to the extent that bond they have cannot be broken.
For more than 3 years,
the infiltration will definitely come.
For more than 3 years, Labour Party has not been able to put itself together.
Labour Party,
PDP, the same thing.
Labour Party gave Obi tickets. Obi came into Labour Party like he came in like from the fridges like a visitor.
And when after he left.
That's why you see the problem in Labour Party is still festering. They gave Obi ticket. They didn't give Obi that toga of leadership to say lead this party.
He's not. I keep saying it.
The people he met in that party already said that they have a party before Obi came.
We are question home now.
Yes.
Labour Party started having problems the moment the 2023 general election ended. And we heard the president say, look, there will be no Labour Party before 2027. And it's like it's happening.
Yes.
PDP, Obi left PDP after the election. They started having problems. Now, my question is, do you think that Obi is delaying so that by the time he gets into a platform, it will be too late for anybody to cut harm for him?
There is nothing there is nothing like delaying before he comes in. It will become so that they will not be able to infiltrate it. Let me tell you, the ruling party, whom all the other political parties are accusing that they are the one that are sending Mo's. They will send Mo even if Obi gets into that political party a day to the election.
But then it should be late for them to cause any harm.
They will send. But what I'm even saying, Obi will come in before. It will not delay anymore. Obi will not delay so much because that ADC have to put his house in order. They have to make sure that the leadership is stronger. What Obi meant in Labour Party must not repeat itself in ADC if they want to remain a formidable opposition. The people in Labour Party only just like gave Obi that chance to come and be a presidential candidate in their party. They never allow Obi to be part of the leadership of that party. That's what led to where we are today in Labour Party.
Interesting. Let's get your opinion again. Once again, Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, we believe must have rectified the challenge we pointed out earlier. All right. Now, we have a certain revolution. We want to go on another break before we dissect this. And this is coming from Omoyele Sowore, as he claimed that Nigerian government originally wanted to or planned to sentence Nnamdi Kanu to death. What do you have to say about this, Prince Francis Chilaka?
Well, I'm sure we'll listen to be part of the government because he keeps telling us what he thinks the government is thinking about. And I would rather say he's a kitchen cabinet member of the party, of the government, because he seems to have more information than even the government itself. Yes, we all heard what happened in court, where the prosecutors were angling for a death sentence. So it is no news. So coming to make it as if you
should be grateful.
Coming to make it as if you are informed beforehand. You should have said it before the judgment was given. Then I will take him seriously. But judgment has been given. We saw the prosecutor saying we want a death sentence. So how do you now juxtapose what he said? For me, Nnamdi Kanu's case is, for me, I've always said it, is the political solution. Anything short of that, we will not have any headway.
All right, Prince, Mr. Elvis Salimele, what do you also make of that? Because recall that on the 20th day of October, Sowore organized a protest for the freedom of religion of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, if you listen to when the judge was reading out the judgment, it got to a level, said almost all the offenses, most of them carry death penalty, but he wants to show some mercy, and that was going to give him a life imprisonment. So the prerogative of judgment belongs to the judge. So anybody that is coming from the fringes and say, oh, they wanted to, is just like a speculation. If the judge says it's going to be death sentence, that he would have pronounced it. But let's not flog this matter. I think more, like he said, it's going to be more of a political solution. We saw that the governor of the state, Alex Soti, has visited him in Sokoto. So very soon, Sokoto will become a mecca to some of these Eastern politicians. They will be going there because they want to have name attached to Nnamdi Kanu's matter. So by that's when we'll begin to see the revelation coming up very soon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis Selim-Mele, for being part of today's conversation. He's a political and public affairs analyst. Also, thank you so much, Ms. Francis Chilaka, for being part of today's show. Honorable Jofo Egwatu, thank you so much, former member of the State House of Assembly, a political and social commentator. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate your presence. And this is how far we can go. This is what we'll draw the curtain on today's VOP this morning. Thank you so much, backroom staff, the producer of the show, the in-just manager, the director, and even the sound engineer. We sincerely appreciate your work behind the camera. On behalf of my colleagues at the studio, Chukuma Okoro, Moses Humphrey, I am Fina Okechukwu, endeavor to be a patriotic citizen. Believe me, Nigeria as a great nation will rise again. Some people will disagree, but I know we're going to be great again. On top of the hour on this white table is the newspaper review. There you have Moses and Chukuma return. That'll be on top of the hour, 10 a.m. Bye for now.
In a world brimming with noise, only few
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Headlines from within the pages. I would like to start with the Vanguard newspaper. There are a lot of interesting headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard. Well, let's start with insecurity. I mean, we're still talking about it right now. I would like us to focus on the riders here. Very interesting riders. So, this is the headline from the Vanguard newspaper. Northern governors, OK State Police, suspend mining. And then riders, one region will collapse if terrorists abduct nursing mother, 10 others in Kano. Panic at Abuja school as students mistake soldiers for kidnappers. Police foil planned mass kidnap attack in Abuja, kill 3 bandits. Abducted Niger school children are doing fine. Will return soon, Ribadu. Tinubu must enforce emergency declaration on security. Experts. Those are the, very interesting headlines there. And I would like us to tie that one to Defense Minister Badaru resigns. Defense Minister Badaru resigns. Let's tie all of this together. It's a full house. We're also being joined by Darlington Agumo Esquire joining the conversation. Good to have you. You look fresh.
Yeah, Moses, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. So, Telefanimo, let's have your take on this one. The resignation of Abubakar Badaru.
I was wondering that somebody just came back from America with his new farm slang and accent.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, talking about insecurity, which we cannot really exhaust over time. I was listening to a post on X and later I stumbled on it in TikTok about the untold story of what transpired between American government and delegation from Nigeria. That it was more like a one-sided thing. And three assignments were given to Nigerian government, according to that report, though not verified locally. That one, that man, you recall, that was
Jackson,
in defense of being killed by a headsman, struggled with him and later killed that man, and he was sentenced to death. Even
Samuel Jackson.
Samuel Jackson. Yeah. That,
Sunday Jackson.
They should give him unconditional pardon and release him.
Yes.
Then the second thing was that whatever it would take, that government should decimate the ranks of these so-called bandits. And then the last one, that the names of people that have been accused of sponsoring these bandits, that they should make it open. And I see a correlation between that, even if it's still a kind of rumor that has not been confirmed by government. I see a correlation between those three orders and what is playing out currently. I think what is playing out is, it is a fact that the insurgency has more intellectual input than what we assume. And it has backing beyond the frontiers of this country. And so, what they are trying to say is, okay, if you think you want to, we will tell you that we are also not afraid, you know. And it's just 2 months. The marching order was just for 2 months. And so, in fact, it was even mentioned in that video that we should expect escalation of kidnapping, insurgency, killings, just to show deviance. And the question I ask myself is, why would we kill ourselves to make a point that is not even there? For me, you said you are a bandit. And I still feel uncomfortable when we define banditry and what these people are doing. These are people that are purely terrorists. They are not bandits. Bandits come, arm, steal, and go. But these particular people, they have swaths of Nigerian soil that they have taken over, and they inhabit, they take off from that particular point, henceforth, where the likes of Gumi will go and meet them, discuss with state apparatus, mingling with terrorists. And you say you are talking about bandits. They are not bandits, they are terrorists. And so, the escalation will be a kind of response to say, if you think we are afraid, we are not afraid. But who is giving these people that feeling? Who is buoying them to the extent that they feel that they can hold the country to ransom at any point in time? And that is why I am not comfortable with this so-called non-kinetic approach to talking to a terrorist. Why should you negotiate with a terrorist? Because he will keep coming, and it shows that you have acquiesced, and so he would ask for more. He will push you to the point that if you are not careful, he will destroy you. So, what we should do now, if it is true that video actually came from the White House, then there are two options left. Either we take out these people, or somebody comes to take them out, and at what cost? That's the major concern here. At what cost?
The major thing I see myself is that one, these people are not Nigerians. They were invited here, and the people that invited them, they are not even apologetical about it. They were invited. That's why when they kill and maim and destroy, they don't have sympathy for anybody, because none of their people are here. They came from outside. They were invited from outside. That is the one major reason why these things have continued to fester. Because as you kill, as you kill, like that man told us, that if we kill 10 of them, 20 will come. He said it. So their source of supply is endless. When you are coming from all over Africa, and they are giving an easy passage into Nigeria.
Then if we agree and we believe and we have heard and we know that they were invited in by Nigerians, those Nigerians should also be part of this list we are expecting.
Yeah, they are there. Yeah, they are there. It is the will to name them that have been the problem.
The government said they want to release now, according to what we discussed this morning.
Do you think
if those names are not there, the people that invited them, it means that list is an incomplete list. And we'll ask them to put their names there. Because these people that invited them actually laid the bedrock for all we are going through now. If we invited them for a purpose, and that purpose, whether accomplished or not, they did not go back. Here we are today terrorizing us. Exactly. Then the first people that should be brought to book are these people that brought them into this nation. They are not friends of this nation.
No, I think, Barrister, I think that the first people that should be brought to book, not the people that brought them, the government that has stopped them. The government that has refused to take them back.
No.
The people that brought them.
Who will not deal with them?
But are you sure that those who brought them are not in government?
That is the problem. So it is the call of government.
Like Obadiah said, that man from CBN, he said one of the governors is the arrowhead of Boko Haram. He said it before he died. And look, to confirm that these people are not from Nigeria, why are they taking over people's home, people's villages, and renaming it?
No, Barrister, all those problems we know. We are looking for solutions.
The solution
Whose call is it to take these people
It's the
out?
government. It's the government.
That's what I'm saying. But the government has failed. Now the government is seeking assistance. And if that assistance, let it come. And these people can be taken out in whatever form.
I even think that Tinubu is applying wisdom here. Because since he cannot take them out himself, for his own safety, he now outsources it to America. I think that, yes, the government has something to do with what America is doing.
Do you think the resignation of the Minister of Defense is an honorable, an act of, to show that, okay, I can't deal with this, so I'm leaving?
No, it was
or political move, or
he was forced to leave. Sarah reporter said that. He was forced to leave. And I think Matawale will soon follow. These are people that are fueling insecurity in Nigeria. That's the truth. He was forced to leave. There's no sickness.
You heard what Matawale said the other day. He said you can't solve the problem of insecurity in Zamfara without me. Without me.
Oh.
That was what
he knows them. He knows where they are.
Even the sitting governor.
He's the minister of state for more than 2 years.
When El-Rufai was talking, he had his points. These people are fueling this insecurity.
Didn't the DSS even the foundation member of
didn't the DSS clear them? Yes. Didn't the DSS clear them? The DSS cleared.
That's why I told you that whatever Tinubu brought to the House as Assembly as his nominee, Agbabio will clear them. They don't have to argue.
No. DSS will first of all vet the individuals.
Yes.
Clear them before taking it. So the DSS probably would have information. Of the
those appointments were just compensation. Those appointments were compensation. I mean, how will you? You know why El-Rufai's own didn't sell through? Because the president didn't want it to sell.
Because he feel that the guy is too stubborn for him.
He wanted to just teach him a lesson, and give him little embarrassment and all of that. And so it's a problem of the DSS, like. They asked, who does he report to? The DSS DG. Will he look the president in the face and say, well, President, look at the information, the intelligence I have on this man. The president said, okay, is there anything we can do? He said, well, we can. And it goes. And that's it. So the buck stops at the president's table. If the president wants to flush out these people, he simply needs to give the orders.
It's just like yesterday.
He simply needs to give the orders to who? The chief of police
and something came up. And I gave my honest advice to the person that called me. I said, this is my honest advice, and this is my own way of looking at it. But if you feel otherwise, go ahead and do what you want to do. I have done my own part. And these are the things that these security people will do.
Still on insecurity, let's take another angle to it. Northern leaders suspend mining back state police to tackle insecurity. And then the riders to that one. Governors, traditional rulers meet in Kaduna, say only joint action can halt violence.
Are you serious?
Forum suspends mining for 6 months, blames illegal sites for banditry. Blames illegal sites for banditry. I think that again for a
You see, Moses, it's just a clear response to what I've just said. The clear response.
They just confirmed it. They just confirmed it.
They know all along that they were using these guys as shields for illegal mining. If a governor in this country will say his asset as at the time he was entering government house was 9 trillion, then how did he get it in this economy?
Okay.
So all these illegal miners, they are there. Oshomole even said it in the open Senate Assembly that look, these illegal miners are fueled by retired generals and top politicians.
Exactly. Yes.
Because if you see these bandits, so-called bandits that I call terrorists, if you see them one-on-one, there is nothing, they are terrorists. There is nothing to show that they have a savings of 200,000 at all.
Where would they get the money?
They are so poor.
They are not our problem.
You understand? They are so poor.
It's their financiers that are our problem.
It's just like you are picking a drug peddler that is given maybe 500,000 naira drug to hawk. You are not going to the source where they have billions of in stock. So you are just wasting your time. No matter how many times we kill these bandits or so, these terrorists, they keep coming. But if you take out their source, that's why I like Israeli forces.
There's a big pool where the recruitment is coming from.
IDF, what they do is once they appoint anybody as leader of Hamas or Hezbollah, within 1 month, take him out.
But another person will come.
Another person will come. But the moment you take out a general from a troop, that troop is in disarray.
Okay, let me finish the riders. So we'll have our points as we react. 1 billion naira monthly trust fund approved for regional intervention across 19 states. ACF rejects claims it supports amnesty, payments for bandits. Ribadu, world stands with Nigeria in fight against terrorism. Nigeria urges ICC members, Nigeria urges ICC member states to respect national sovereignty. Security analysts warn civilian gun ownership would worsen insecurity. Those are the riders.
Now,
you said ACF did what?
They deny supporting.
ACF rejects claims it supports amnesty payments for bandits.
But we have all these things before.
But
these are interesting times, honestly.
We know their position before now. Is it not that it's hurting them that they are not denying it? No, we know Gumi's position. We know all of them, even the spokesperson of the ACF, what they were talking about, non-kinetic. Is it not what? It's because where we are now. That's why they are denying this. We are still getting somewhere. We'll hear more.
The 2 months will soon lapse.
Very soon.
All right. Barrister, you were going to say something?
Yes, the northern leaders, you know that all along, they think that they are clever. They are using these terrorists to intimidate all of us, to get what they want. You know, whenever they want anything, they unleash these guys to make things uncomfortable for all of us. I will now be scrambling to please them and all that. Meanwhile, they will now stay back and then be talking, making political statements, making political demands, while their boys are disturbing the government. That is how they have been operating, using these guys as a leverage against some of us, because they know that down south here, we are mostly Christians and very peaceful. We don't want this violence. But they are using it against us now. The thing has backfired, like every other thing like this. You know, those who ride on the back of the tiger always end up on the belly of the tiger. It's like the north is about to end up in the belly of the tiger because the guys are on rampage now. And they are thinking that if care is not taken, this thing may boomerang into a war. Because if this thing continues, all these attacking Christians, killing Christians, kidnapping Christians, don't you think that at a point, the Christians will rise up and there will be a problem in this country? So the country they want to control will no longer be there. That is their fear now. This thing that they are not doing it for you. They have realized that at a point something will give. Not now that America is now interested in what is going on here. If they continue this attack, I bet my last couple something will give. The people that are not interested in this violence and killing and kidnapping, they will say, no, we are leaving Nigeria. And then who will now come and say, okay, come. Who? Who will come and say it? That's what they are afraid of. So if they really mean what they are saying, because they have said something like this before, but at the end of the day, nothing happened. The state police, will they be working with the Hisbah police in the north? Please tell me. Will they allow them to work? Because the state police are going to work according to the constitution. Don't you see a clash here?
Yes. Hisbah is of the Sharia.
Yeah,
No. I think what will happen, you see, when you have state police, it will be according to the legislation of the state assembly. That functionality, just like Amotekun. When Amotekun was created, the first loophole from Malami then was that there was no enabling law, and that they should go back to their state assembly. Yeah. And Akeredolu, of blessed memory, quickly drafted a law which was replicated across the 4 other states.
6 other, 5
you know,
other states.
that was how Amotekun was formed. Look, if they decide to use Sharia law for their Hisbah, that is their problem. If we decide to use constitution as our ground norm, this is our problem. But the point is,
it's not their problem because
I'll tell you why it's their problem.
Because some non-Muslims they'll be judged based on that.
But one thing again is that even the Sharia law we are talking about, except they want to introduce the political aspect of it, the Sharia law says a non-Muslim cannot be tried in a Muslim court. That's what the Sharia says.
Do they adhere to it?
Do they adhere to that? That is
they don't.
Well, but up to now, we have not seen any Christian.
There is. If you are a Christian and if you are married to a Muslim, if you are a Christian and you are married to a Muslim, they will take you to the Sharia.
I'm telling you, maybe their own.
There will always be conflict. They will not allow you.
The moment you marry a Muslim, you are automatically a Muslim.
So, but how about alcohol?
But I'm not saying.
How about alcohol and wearing trousers? As a Christian,
if you know you are in their state and they have alcohol, stop taking alcohol.
Your right has been taken away.
That's not a right.
Stop taking alcohol. But they take it back from alcohol.
Your freedom to eat what you want to eat. Eat what you want to eat.
But in some countries, they legalize marijuana.
I've been to Muslim countries. I've been to Muslim countries, that have a certain level of secularism. In the pub, there you get in and buy alcohol. Nobody harasses you.
Yes. In Dubai,
I went to Saudi Arabia.
They open it for me.
In the military camps, you can take alcohol. But outside of that place, you are not allowed.
Beautiful. And so why do we also? Because I have been to countries that even at the airport, duty free, you get in there, you buy alcohol. Even in their airlines, they serve you alcohol. In their
Emirates serves alcohol.
Emirates serves Qatar does.
I'm taking Emirates on several occasions.
Now, what I'm saying is that the right to eat what you want to eat at what time is your own. Maybe for health reason or doctor's recommendation. So when you are doing such a thing over there, they say, no, we don't eat this type of food here. We don't do. Is that what you are telling me?
The only thing that I quarrel with is if you are saying you are banning alcohol, it is also it should also be considered that it's around
the proceeds
of alcohol.
That is it.
But they will not.
I would like to talk about the ICC.
They will not.
ICC is saying member states. Should respect Nigeria's sovereignty.
What ICC?
People that ICC, I think, International Criminal Court. People that speak in this manner, they speak out of ignorance. See, globally, in international
Nigeria urging ICC member states,
to respect Nigeria's sovereignty. Now, those Nigerians that speak in this manner speak out of ignorance, because in international politics, in international relations, each and every country loses some level of sovereignty at any point in time.
To that
body.
As long as you're a signatory.
As long as you're a signatory.
Yes.
Now, they don't even remember that there is a clause called the R2P, responsibility to protect. After Rwanda, everything that happened in Rwanda and all of that, AU came together and said, look, this issue of non-interference, we have to change it. It was OAU then, you know, but in 2002, when they transformed to African Union, that concept of R2P, responsibility to protect, you know, changed the concept of non-interference. Now, if African countries see that, look, Africa is in problem, a country in Africa is in problem, the AU Charter empowers it, so long as you're a signatory, to intervene.
Yes.
And save you.
Before things get out of hand.
Yes, even the ICC too. And when we talk about genocide, why it's difficult for some people to say, oh, there's genocide here or there? Because by that Rome Statute, it will simply draw them. It's a call to action. And they don't want to get into action and all of that because of humanitarian crisis and all of those problems. So there is a concept.
Are you intervening with collaboration or in spite of?
Sorry?
If you're intervening using the RTP, would you be intervening in collaboration with the government of the state or in spite of it?
At the point, if it gets either in collaboration, okay, with the government of the state. No, you don't have to, because at that point, that government
you could intervene in spite of it.
In spite of it, yes. America intervened, but one thing that people lose sight of the fact that America didn't intervene unilaterally in Iraq. There was what they call the coalition of the willing that had 24 other countries that intervened in Iraq. You know, it was that concept of R2P, responsibility to protect, that drove them to that action. So this issue of Nigeria's sovereignty, and when we talk about this sovereignty, when you are going there to take APC and paracetamol from them. So where lies our sovereignty? And all of that. So we should move away from that. If the world sees that you are in danger, the world will come to your rescue.
Now, it becomes imperative, if the government in power is the person spearheading this genocide, or that they are very weak, they are powerless, like what happened in Sudan when the Janjaweed could not be controlled because the government
what even happened in Srebrenica where Bill Clinton had to intervene.
The government set it up. The Janjaweed was set up by the government. That's why they declared al-Bashir wanted all over the world, because they discovered that he was the brain behind it. That was what happened. So all this idea of sovereignty, look, is it better for you to lose your sovereignty to a foreign body that want to help you, or for you to lose it to terrorists? Which one is better? Because people have been talking, you're a sovereign nation. Yes, which sovereign? What is the sovereign here? When the president is just weak, you have lost your right. I said the day they threatened the Tinubu's wife and he could not utter a word, that was when I said, look, I better take care of myself. Oh. I'm not joking. Because if a man like that could not take care of his own wife, then why should I expect him to protect me?
Well, he doesn't need to say a word. He's taking care of it.
What?
The political
No.
You never can tell.
No.
You never can tell.
The imam or the political...
He didn't go back to Senate.
It cannot be hidden. If you have dealt with that man, do you know how far it can go?
No, Barrister, what we're saying is that he could be dealing with a man, or he could have in another way.
No. The man was even stopped.
Barrister, is his wife now. Must he please you?
He's the first lady of Nigeria.
Okay.
He's a Christian lady.
Has she been in harm's way?
You are waiting until it happens, Abi? You are waiting until it happens. When they even told the man to apologize, the man apologized to Murik. He apologized to Murik instead of to the woman she threatened. That means she's arrogant. He's arrogant.
Protection can come in different forms.
Look,
Elisha Abu tried it.
Where is he now?
I said, if he had dealt with that man, it would have gone a long way to caution others. That's what I'm saying here. If he had dealt with that man, it would have gone a long way to caution others with their impunity and arrogance.
Okay.
People like Sheikh Gumi.
Okay. Let's move away from that. Let's talk about the economy now. This headline here, still from the Guardian newspaper. Despite state's historic liability cut, national public debt rises to 152.4 trillion naira. Short-term investment surge deepens structural risks, experts warn. Trend undermines long-term development, fiscal stability. Debt stock to GDP ratio pushing above 40% recommended ceiling, the 40% recommended ceiling. You want to react, or do I go a little deeper into the story?
Well, you see this economic permutation, we are tired. This thing you said now, I am telling you by Friday now, it will change again. You will hear a different... So what I'm saying is that we don't have a stable economy. And it doesn't help for planning, economic planning. That's why some countries moved out of Nigeria. You don't make, company, at the beginning of the year, they make projections on where they are going. You understand? With the exchange rate and all that. But somewhere midway, everything will now, it doesn't just change, it will scatter. And the companies have managed it for some time, say, look, we can't cope with this. And that's why they left. So all these people that are making all these projections for the government, they are not sincere. Seriously, they are not sincere.
It became worse when it gets to subnational level, where governors of each state, just do their own, not minding what the
federal government is saying. Exactly.
That's even where the disconnection comes in. Most of the state governors, all these figures that we hear that Nigeria Bureau of Statistics is choking at, it's not affecting the people at the state level. It's not affecting them. Because you get to some states, you see the level of stark poverty. And the National Bureau of Statistics will keep telling you, these are the statistics. Where are the people domiciled? They are in the state and the local government. So if you give all the statistics from the federal level and it's not reflecting on the state, that means these statistics are not, it's not the right statistics Nigerians want to hear.
It's like this, they are telling us that the states are getting more money. But in the actual sense, the federal government deducts from source all the money that states are owing before they will give them their own share. Is that not true?
But the states are getting more money. It's not the federal government that took the loan.
But in reality, how much you come to the state, or how much are you holding in your hand?
No, but something it's curious to know that some governors, despite all those deductions, seem to be delivering on the dividends of democracy to their people. Talk about Sheyi Makinde. Sheyi seems to be doing well. Peter Mba in Enugu is doing well. Alex Oti, is trying his best. And
very well. My governor, one of the governors doing well.
Sheyi?
Oh no.
No, I didn't mention that.
No. What I'm saying,
I'm warning you before you start mentioning.
So look, let me tell you what happens here, because most of you don't understand. Whenever they are shopping for governors that will defect to APC, they always give them extra large.
Barrister is not true.
Hold on, I am coming.
It's not true.
Who are ladies must prove? Listen.
So they gave Makinde more money. That's why
I said listen very well. When they were shopping for David Umahi in Ebonyi, Mr. Okoro, I am very much aware of what Buhari was doing to that man. And he was doing things in Ebonyi. They even promised him that he will take over after Buhari. That's why he was.
You know what preceded Peter? You know what preceded Ebonyi is going into? Do you know what preceded his going into APC?
I said
he wanted to be president.
I said
he wanted to be president.
They gave him assurance. Where is
because he wanted to. He has the ambition now.
Most aspirants in 2023 elections were promised.
Hold on. Look at a small Ebonyi. Where is the IGR that brought about all those things he was doing in Ebonyi?
Okay, now apart from all those things that he was doing, do you know that Dave Umahi was owing salaries? Are you aware?
But what I'm saying is that compare the...
He wasn't paying salaries, but he was doing infrastructure.
That was not enough. What I'm saying is that I know what happened. Somebody in the inside told me...
That what?
That
Buhari gave him money.
Yes,
from where?
From where? The same thing happened with the man from Cross River State. That was the first person that we are looking for. To take over from Buhari. When they throw this carrot, something goes with it.
Okay, then now they promised Ayade that he will take over from Buhari, and he agreed.
Of course,
he agreed that he will take over from Buhari.
Okay, look, listen, are you not aware? Because you tell his rumor now that all these governors that are defecting, it came with what? A prize. That money was given to them.
There was no money given to these people. These people want a second term. That is why they are going into the office. They have problems in their parties. They have problems in their political parties.
Look at the wisdom. So you want second term before, and that's why you ran to APC.
Yes, because APC seems to be the only stable political party.
Really?
The more owner said, look, I've done enough for my people. I've done enough. I've done well. We have done so good. Barrister, hold on. We have done so well. But I don't have any guarantee that if we win the election, somebody will not go to court to say the man that signed your nomination form wasn't supposed to do that.
That's the man of Abaka Airline, Buba Marwa, when they are dangerous to flyers and our passengers. So the government should look into that matter. Even if you are loading taxes, those sensible areas where you now begin to lose life all because of money should be reconsidered.
You see, in all of this, one funny thing is that Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians cannot fly again and all of that. A friend wanted to go to, he's in the United States and he'll be traveling to Uyo, when he comes in. And he asked another friend, a mutual friend, to check out, help him book and this thing. Ibom Air was fully booked. Up until January.
Yes, because
he can't even get a slot.
People book ahead. Book ahead because it's cheaper to book ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit cheaper.
No, but even at that ahead, even at that cheap rate ahead, it is still expensive to some people.
Ibom Air has made it like a monopoly on that route. So no other airline comes in. So everything about Ibom Air, whatever price they give, I will tell you about Ibom Air, 200 and something thousand just 2 weeks ago.
No, but it's normal. It's normal. If you check out,
did they stop you from flying? Did they stop you?
No. My point is that in all of this, despite the economic downturn, economic decline,
Nigerians don't have a choice because if you go by
road,
they
have a choice.
No. If you're going by road, you
keep
some millions.
You could be knapped. You're talking
some
of
millions to pay ransom with.
Even the road they are talking about, the road that you are talking about, if you go on the 20th of December, it will be hard for you to get a ticket for the road. Yes. What I'm saying is that
the road is about, I think, 50,000 naira to the east to Calabar.
Okay, Enugu is for something.
That also brings us down to the death of this.
Which will increase, of course.
That also brings us down.
There was a time we used to fly for 23,000 naira.
Which one is 23,000 naira? I used to go to Abuja from Lagos with about 36,000.
I'm talking about 2023.
Yes, return tickets.
2022. 2021, 2022.
Unfortunately, we don't have rail system which would have been able to cushion this. And these are the areas Nigerians should even be holding the government accountable. If we have functional rail from Lagos to any part of Nigeria.
Now, Elvis, when you talk about the rail system, they say our constitution is the problem. Because the constitution.
What is holding the constitution? Is it not the same constitution that we see?
I'm coming to something, They say the constitution is the problem because they have what they call the exclusive legislative list, the concurrent legislative list, and the residual. And in the exclusive, you had the railway and all of that. Before Buhari left, he removed railway from the exclusive and made it concurrent. So both the federal and the states can legislate and make policy
even the electricity generation. Yes, he removed
for the past 2 years, have you heard any state, apart from Lagos State, we are building a rail line from one part of the state to the other?
And we keep hearing
even electricity generation.
And we keep hearing that states are now having more money.
So what are they doing with the money?
They have more debts.
Okay,
they have more debts too because they are still borrowing.
States like the southeast, what stops them from having a connecting rail line of all the states?
Of all the states. Build up the southeast.
These are homogeneous states. Southwest can do something.
Is on what?
Done. Development agenda for the Western
has started it. They have done the mapping and everything. And
to connect all the states.
That would be fantastic. That
would be good.
That's what happened.
So a lot of people knew. They would decongest Lagos. If you are living in Ibadan and you have high speed train.
So what that means is a lot of things, like you rightly said. We don't even need to teach them this. They know. But the political will to go ahead and do it. And then when you begin to isolate others from yourself, why do businesses die in Africa? Everybody wants to own one business. No collaborative efforts. When last did the South governors meet? Until recently that they said Southern governors meeting. When last did South meet? But Southwest meets once, at least about 3 or 4 times in a year. The point is, if we all meet at that point, a lot of things would happen. Collectively, a region can take loan and there will be bank guarantee.
Yes.
Why are they taking loans? Why are they taking loans?
Other than you just taking one.
Why are they taking loans? Then you told me a story of a particular governor who was owing salaries. But every month, IGR
it was taking
1 billion naira. They will bring it to you 1 billion naira. So for the
96 months of 8 years.
Of 8 years, he was taking 96 billion. So when he left, now the IGR people, the new governor came and they brought the 1 billion.
So what is this?
Say
your predecessor, that is the normal thing.
The man now said, So,
and it became a big issue.
Now,
meanwhile, that particular governor was owing between 5 and 8 months salaries.
And that thing could have cleared.
And people were dying.
No, why I brought it up is because you're asking them to take loans to fund railway. 98 billion naira is a lot of money.
It requires
when it is collective,
huge capital outlay.
You may not see the money. When it's collective, you may not see the money.
Chukuma, what I'm saying is,
but when it is only you, your
the capital outlay may be too huge for them to bear from the IGL.
Exactly.
Because other things are also contesting. But if we run rail line, number one, housing deficit would drop.
Yes, people can live anywhere.
Because
and
if I can travel from Akure, for instance, to Lagos, if I leave Akure 6 a.m. and I get to Lagos before 8 o'clock, why should I stay in?
Why will you stay in Lagos?
If I can stay in Shagam, and there's a rail connection to Lagos Island within 1 hour, what stops me from? After all, we wake up in Lagos at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 4 a.m. to go to Island.
You are still on the road.
And you are still on the road even at 8 o'clock. So why can't I stay in Shagam and then come to Lagos every day?
It has so many advantages.
We'll get to that point. Even in Europe, it happens.
What a train will carry 50
luxury buses cannot carry it. And those luxury buses are coming to hit the same road. The road
yes. And at the same time, the roads will be more durable. Because there won't be pressure on the roads. So a lot of advantages.
Apart from that, these things also take their tolls on the human life.
Yes.
The quality of life.
Decent life. And you live longer.
By the time you spend 3 hours inside a bus and you get to office, you just be fagged out.
You'll be fagged out.
Have you seen buses in the morning going from one part of Lagos to another? Everybody in the bus
are sleeping. Because they woke up 3:30 a.m.
and
to get to the bus stop at 4 a.m.
coming from a distance.
You will see a bus from Ikotun to CCMS. Everybody, their heads on the chair, they take them from. They've slept. In the evening
when
too,
they are coming back,
people are
now sleeping. Imagine the toll it takes on those individuals.
And then life expectancy continues to
drop. And even the level
and
of performance drops.
As we speak, there are many buses, about 100 or so, coming from the first parts of the country to Lagos. And out of those 100, if they had 1,000 people,
some will stay.
After 700 will stay.
700 will stay.
Only 300 will go back.
To add to the bedlam.
I think these are even some of the things we should be reminding these state governors.
They know. That's
why I said in the beginning that they know.
They know.
Now,
but we continue to remind them because you see Nigeria.
You know why they will not do it. You know why they will not do it. Every governor wants to start a project and commission it before he leaves, so that his name will be engraved in that project.
Well, this is
laudable regional project. This project is for regional. It's laudable.
There is one important topic there, and that is the AIDS pandemic. I mean, the HIV pandemic.
Yes,
is parallel now. Yes. Since the withdrawal of USAID.
Yes.
The government is not paying attention again.
But the First Lady has said Nigerians should support the Renewed Hope agenda.
How do they do that? How do they do that? How do they do that? Some people don't even know what they are talking about. They are now shooting threats.
I know your fears. Don't worry.
All Nigerians the number of Nigerians that are down with HIV.
I know your fears.
Is increasing, and they're talking about young people.
Even my friend who goes to test every month
to 24.
He may be unlucky. You know, the thing is that if you are discovered or if you are
when last did you do HIV test?
Anyway, this is a good place to anchor. Well, this is a good place to anchor the conversation, gentlemen.
I select my victim.
Thank you very much for your time before you expose yourself on television. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo, Dele Fanimo, a public affairs commentator, and Elvis Alime Hele. Thank you very much. Thank you also, Chukwuma Okoro, who is an analyst on this show, but he comes back later tonight at 6 p.m. on
Yes,
Political.
and I'm going to talk about politics. I'll travel around the country to bring you interesting and trending political news. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it. That's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Stick around. Sports comes up next on VOP Television. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as
increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as we keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo,
Increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
my name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Minded, but last, more than No Minded. More. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi. Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
It was 104, yes, 104 points behind the race leader Lando Norris, and right now he is just 12 points behind. Can he still take this to bring it home and make it 5 Formula 1 title wins on the bounce? Only time will tell. 2 races to go, but you can't take anything away from the Mad Max himself. But yes, we will be starting from the world of football, and yes, it was a club derby, a very, very intense club derby in the Turkey Super League. Yes, right there in Turkey. Galatasaray up against Fenerbahce. In fact, it was Fenerbahce that was at home. And you know, when we mention Galatasaray, we have our striker, our very own Nigerian number 9, Victor James Osimhen, and he returned in that game. It was a fantastic game. Of course, tense. It was the top 2. Yeah, it was the top of the table clash. And Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen made his return for Galatasaray in a thrilling 1-1 draw against Fenerbahce, keeping the Lions at the top of the Turkish Super League title race. Leroy Sané, yes, you remember that name, former Manchester City man. Leroy Sané, yes, he put Galatasaray ahead in the 27 minutes, scoring up against another former Manchester City teammate in Ederson Moraes, yes, who is the goalkeeper of Fenerbahce, of course. And Sané put Galatasaray ahead in 27 minutes. But a former Premier League player as well, John Duran, yes, he scored a dramatic late equalizer in the 95th minute to ensure the 1-point gap between the rivals remained unchanged. And this result extends Fenerbahce's unbeaten streak to 12 matches across all competitions, though they failed to leapfrog Galatasaray into the league lead. It could have been 4 points, but it still remains 1 point with that draw. And the match was marked with pre-game tensions, with players from both sides clashing during warm-ups. Of course, that game is usually a very, very, very tense game. And Fenerbahce fans can even expect more tension when they go, to Galatasaray's home. That place is not a place you want to be at all as an away fan. And discipline became a factor as the match wore on, with Fenerbahce collecting 3 yellow cards and Galatasaray receiving 4. I mean, there are some pictures there where the likes of Lucas Torreira, Yunus Akgun, I mean, if you see their faces, and Torreira had to, put something on. Look at Lucas Torreira. I mean, this was just supposed to be a game of football, but it just shows that that tense derby. And we've seen other tense derbies, in fact, in South America, Boca Juniors and River Plate. We've seen the likes of Galatasaray and Fenerbahce. I will bring in my guest and ask him the biggest derbies in football. And Osimhen, who received a caution in the 71st minute, was part of the Galatasaray squad that controlled 43.8% of possession, but struggled to convert chances into goals. A lot of talking points from this game, but I want to bring in my guest now. Olamide, you're welcome to the show. You're welcome to the program. And first, I will start with Victor Osimhen's return. I mean, it seems a little bit controversial, all right, because when he limped out of that game that crucial game against DR Congo, where Nigeria, Super Eagles of Nigeria, ultimately failed to, pick a World Cup ticket. I mean, it was said that he was injured and all of that. They thought it was even going to be a long-term injury. Right now, he tweeted something. He said something just before this game. He said he's going to give his blood, sweat, and tears. He's going to give his all for Galatasaray. But he's not channeling that energy into the Super Eagles. It is just, AFCON is 19 days away, not even 20, less than 19 days away right now. Yeah. And we are still not seeing that energy from Victor Osimhen yet, right? But this game, Galatasaray against Fenerbahce, was intense. So, speaking of Victor Osimhen, that's one. And also, what are the intense, derbies or rivalries that you've seen that will make you see pictures like that, where Lucas Torreira putting on that headband and also a player living with a black eye?
Well, firstly, talking about Victor Osimhen, him coming out to the media space to say that he will give his all to his team and all that. I think even beyond football, in life in general, no matter how passionate you might get or how workaholic you can be, if your environment is not pouring back into you, or you don't have an enabling environment that would, bring out the best in you, or even appreciate, or even if it does not appreciate, even acknowledge the fact that you are trying to make this thing work. If the environment is not accommodating that, or does not recognize that, or is not configured to accept that, then you have a problem. I think, if you look at Galatasaray, even just look at the fans alone, they are not just there to watch the game. Fans, I don't know. They're not there for entertainment. They are there to play the game.
Even in away grounds, right? They are on you, singing.
They are
every
singing.
single time.
Sometimes you see them standing up. They are not even watching the game. They are telling the opponent, "Welcome to hell." This is hell.
In my away ground. In an away ground, they are saying, "Welcome to hell." Like those guys. I mean, we've seen the likes of Olamide. Sorry to cut you there. We've seen the likes of Dortmund's yellow wall.
Of course.
Anfield used to be intimidating, especially on the Champions League nights. We've seen the River Plate fans at the Monumental. We've seen the PSG.
Even Slavia Prague that we played this season. We were leading them 3-0. They were still chanting.
Slavia Prague is there. Eintracht Frankfurt is there. What is it that the fans' energy, what do you think it transmits into the players, to go on and win a game? How do you see it, transmitting into the players to go on?
Yes, it's like you having someone cheering you on. Okay, let's say you're playing against someone else now. Let's say probably lawn tennis game, it's an individual sport. Then your opponent has 1,000 fans behind him cheering you on. Then you have 0. It's like no one is acknowledging your effort, no one is pushing you, no one is saying, all right, you're on the right track. Even if you fail, no one is saying, okay, let's keep moving, let's keep doing these things. So that is what Osimhen has. Even when Osimhen decided to move to Galatasaray, I said this is a very, very good move.
You need to say that welcome
Osimhen and Galatasaray have this same aura. He wants to give it his all. The Galatasaray fans too, they are also welcoming that kind of thing. So if he's not seeing this in his Super Eagles, that means behind the scene, because we all know it's like software and hardware. What you see on the software is determined by how well the hardware can accommodate what the software is bringing. So if the software wants to move faster, but the hardware is nowhere to be found, the system will break up. The hardware will have to slow down whatever the software is bringing into the system. So I think that's what we are seeing between the Super Eagles and this Fenerbahce side. And also talking about these clashes between two big teams, we see a Clasico in the past. Look at Arsenal and Chelsea during the weekend. That was not a football game. That was pure war from the start to finish. It was like rugby. It was like rugby. Caicedo was doing all the dirty work. Cucurella, they were all just we're not playing football that day.
There's even a picture. So I would love the producers to bring a picture where Moises Caicedo stamped on Mikel Merino, and also it also happened in this game where Milan Skriniar of Fenerbahce also stamped. He appeared to stamp on Gabriel Sara of Galatasaray, and it wasn't called. That one did not even come with any card. And look at this. Look at that one. What is this inconsistency with referees? Look at that tackle with Milan Skriniar and Gabriel Sara. I mean, it's the same thing. In fact, it's almost the same thing. No, even it is the same. There was a stamp on Gabriel Sara's foot, but there was no card. Just like Chelsea fans are also complaining, say even Enzo Maresca mentioned it about Rodrigo Bentancur on Rhys James. What is this inconsistency with referees that we are seeing? Sometimes, does it look like they are afraid, or do they have this bias towards some particular clubs or players? Why don't they give this card? And also, is there like let me say a difference or a contrast in interest between a conflict of interest between the referees and the VAR? And remember, the VAR is also a referee. He is the video assistant referee.
Yes.
It's just that his own job is to watch, to see videos and act upon it. But why is it looking like the VAR is even having higher power than the on-field referee?
I think there is a mix-up here. I think we have referees now who actually want to put on the jersey and kick the ball. Honestly, I think
yeah, change shots.
See, honestly, I think referee are just meant to. I've watched a lot of Champions League games whereby you see this game is very, very intense, but you barely even notice that there's a ref on the pitch because he allows the game to flow. When he needs to give the card, he gives the
Not
card.
that you give 3 yellows.
The referee does not. A mature referee does not want to be in the spotlight. It's the players that should be in the spotlight, not him. It's supposed to be just somewhere around the pitch, not actually, dictating everything. He wants to blow every time. He wants to give the red. He wants to give the yellow, or maybe he leaves a tackle when he should have actually awarded a yellow or red. So maybe these refs, maybe they need to cut down on wanting to be under the radar or under the spotlight or something.
Yeah, you want to make
just
the game about you.
About you.
Should make a big game.
Just to be in the media, they say Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor was actually trending.
Even more than some particular
more than the players on the pitch. That was why I said they actually want to take on the jersey and kick the ball. That's just what's left now.
All right. That's just it. All right. Galatasaray they retained first place with 3 points from 14 matches, while Fenerbahce sits second on 32 points. And the team's next matches will be very, very crucial in determining the outcome of the title race. And we spoke about Victor Osimhen, obviously our Nigerian striker. He is playing in the Turkish Super League. Right there in Turkey. He's not even the highest goal scorer at the moment because the highest goal scorer currently, the top goal scorer in Turkey, in the Turkish Super League, is also Nigerian. Wow. And that's Paul Onuachu, who has, I think, 11 goals in 14 games. Now, AFCON is coming.
Yeah.
Right? December 21st, it is happening in Morocco. Nigeria, some teams are already bringing up their final squad, not even the preliminary squad. Some teams are already releasing their final squad. Egypt has done so. We know Mohamed Salah is going, Omar Mamouche is going, some other names like that, Ramadan Sobi and all of that. South Africa, our old guys that we don't really like and they don't really like us when it comes to football matters. We love South Africans, but then we are all Africans. When it comes to football matters, you know that there's this beef between Nigeria and South Africa. They have released their own final squad for the AFCON. This is a team that's even qualified for the World Cup. They have released their squad for the AFCON. What is going on with the Super Eagles? And the Super Eagles, they delayed announcement of their professional squad for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco has raised concern about the team's preparedness. The squad was initially expected to be released on November 25, but as of December 2nd, today, no list has been made public. Not even the preliminary, not even the final. What is going on? And this delay, look at that. They posted this on November 25th on their X handle, saying, just trying to make like a teaser, like goalkeepers, defenders, midfielders, and forward. Who are the people that you're expecting to see? Till today, as we are speaking, that it is still empty. 55-man list that we are supposed to see, it is still empty till today. What is going on? AFCON is 19 days away. Camp is supposed to open December 10. Finalists are supposed to be, submitted December 11. That means, with the way I'm seeing this thing now, it's just looking like they want to just throw up players in our faces when it comes to like maybe 4 days or 3 days before the final squad submission. They will just throw players and be like, that is what you will take.
Or maybe
because we're supposed to say preliminary. Some players are going to be missing. Moses Simon might miss the group stage, right? Because we spoke yesterday that he's injured. Benjamin Fredericks, like I would say Nigeria's most trusted centre back right now, is missing the tournament altogether. Who are the people you are calling up? What is going on?
Maybe they want to surprise us.
Surprise us with what?
With new set of players.
but we should know now. South Africa, I think about a week or 2 weeks ago, released their preliminary squad. Sharply, they have released the final squad. What is going on? And pundits, fans are frustrated. Let us know the people you want to take. Who are the people in the midfield? Trustekong has announced his international retirement. He is not going. Who are the people we want to see at the back? Do we know them? Where did they play? Or are they still saying, okay, don't worry about it, we are going to spawn the old names that have been playing on the tournament so far. Olamide, I don't know what you think, because it looks like when you look at it, you just get also almost as frustrated and as confused. What is going on with the NFF and releasing of the not even preliminary, whatever you want to release, just release the players, let us see, and time is going.
You see, this thing shows that in the NFF, between the NFF and the the Super Eagles team, the backroom staff and all that, there is no, I don't want to use the word synergy, but they are not on the same page at all. And this thing is beyond just kicking football on the pitch. There is a political side of this thing that I'm seeing. I might be wrong, but I think it is more political than actual football.
Of course.
Because by now, if they are sports...
I want my own player to be
exactly.
there. Why are they not giving
if they are
football
oriented now? You see, that's what we have been asking over the years.
Yeah.
And now, Eric Chel would most likely take the fall. Because he's the coach.
He's the fall guy now.
You see,
with this NFF, Olamide, you can expect anything.
Anything is possible.
That's the way they put Cyril Dessers and William Chusteko under the... You came out to release a statement putting your own captain and your striker under the boss, putting blames on them directly. NFF.
When you're supposed to
football federation. When you're supposed to
protect those players.
So I won't be surprised if they check this before. He is the fall guy. I mean, look at that. This is Egypt's. This is Egypt's squad. Thank you, my producer.
These are serious teams.
Yeah, thank you, my producer. Look at the Egypt squad. El Shenawi is there. I mean, look at the defense. Rami Rabia, one of my favorite defenders, is also there. Look at their forwards. They're just three. Osama Faisal, Salah Mohsen, and Mustafa Mohammed. And look at their midfielders. What I'm saying here is, squad is out. Of course. 19 days to go. Squad is already out. Everybody can rest. You that you are going, you already know that you are going. You know they go, you know that you are not going. But now, as it stands in the Super Eagles now, everybody they go.
Yes, now because we don't have the squad list yet.
Now look at Cameroon. This is Cameroon now. This one is even shocking. Let's focus on Cameroon for a while. There is no Andre Onana. Manchester United defective.
It's not about the team. It's not about how big the team you're playing for.
No,
what are you doing in the team? What is your contributions?
I mean, he's teammates with Paul Onuachu of Nigeria. Okay. Champs Ospo is doing well. Onuachu is doing his business on the other end of the pitch, getting goals. And Onana, trust me, he has been doing well.
Maybe it means that the coach does not have trust in him. Maybe over time, he has not been consistent.
Now, I'll give kudos to the coach. You know what you want.
Exactly.
He's going to take the fall, though.
Yes.
If Cameroon,
if it goes bad,
if it goes bad, he's going to take the fall, right? Because they'll be like, why did you take Onana? This goalkeeper you took is not the best. But then he's bold.
Yes.
But what is wrong with our own Eric Chel?
See, maybe in the contract there is no clause of being bold anywhere in the contract. You cannot be bold. This is your employer.
You have to be a yes man.
You just have to be a yes man. And just hope for the best. That okay, this player.
The yes man will not take us anywhere.
Of course, but there is no way this guy would not be a yes man if he wants to take the job. Because you already know before you take the job. You sat down on the table, negotiating with this thing, and you accepted the job, knowing fully well that you have no power over these people.
I mean, my producer has been busting my head. Now, we mentioned South Africa. Look at that. The main, in fact, I love the South Africa squad. Rowan Williams, that's the man, Ballon d'Or nominee. Sifo Chine is there. Ricardo. These players already know they are making it. Kuliso Modao. These are most of the players that haven't played, that negotiated the World Cup qualifiers. CBC is there. Sabang Matuludi is there. Mbekelezi Mbukazi, 19-year-old defender, is there. Tylon Smith, Aubrey Modiba, Ndamane, Siabonga, Ngezana. I mean, these are players that they already know that this is what we want to take to the AFCON. And they're looking at their squad, still looking at some of my players that I watch most times. Oswinapolis, Mohau Nkota, Shepang Moremi, Evidence Magokpa, Foster who plays for Burnley, Sifo Mbule is also there, who plays for Orlando Pirates, Elias Mokwana, Sandre Campbell, and Reloboile Mofokeng, who also plays for Orlando Pirates. These are players that they've already brought out. The list is out. See the way producer give me Super Eagles list now. Sharply, please. I'm still waiting before we move on. Super Eagles list. Producer, he has been busting my head with other people's list.
Oh, right.
Producer, this is unfair.
Just look at the goalkeepers.
This is unfair.
Look at fantastic defenders.
You can see. Nigeria, what is going on? I mean, even off the pitch, things are going on in the country, right? there's this joy that sports and football will give you. Why are you trying to rob us of that joy? We already know that you haven't qualified for the World Cup. We never forgive them. We haven't forgiven them completely.
For the World Cup.
Now, AFCON, local champ. Much respect to the AFCON, right?
Yes.
But it's local. It's local. It is. Let me say. It is intracontinental. It is within.
Yes, it's within.
It is within the continent. But intercontinental, that was what DR Congo went for.
Yes.
DR Congo robbed Nigeria of a World Cup ticket. Much respect to DR Congo too.
Yes.
They robbed Nigeria of a World Cup ticket.
Did they rob us? Or
they outsmarted the Super Eagles, or they big brothered the Super Eagles. No, honestly, now they took that away from us. Now, on a more serious note, we haven't even forgiven the NFF completely. We are now saying, okay, this AFCON, last AFCON you got to the final. Yes. This one, non-negotiable. You must win it. If you want to be on the good books of Nigerians, you have to win this one. Is this how you want to go and win the AFCON? Not releasing a squad. Others are getting ready for you. You think they don't want to win too? I mean, Olamide, what do you see?
Maybe he wants to see other people's squad first. So you get. So you're able to look at their strengths and weaknesses and know what kind.
He wants to see other.
He wants to see their handwriting. So you know how to select his own players.
Olamide, if you hear the feelers I'm getting from you, this is how I'm calling for timeout. How would you say he wants to see other people's squad? And it's true. It might be true. Maybe he wants to see that. This South African squad. Let me see the players I want to bring in. But on a more serious note, it is going to spoil a lot of things. It is going to destroy. We don't know the strikers that want to go. It's now like, okay, we will say, Osimhen supposed to go. Normal. No. That is what we are doing now. Osimhen should go now. Osimhen is number one. We are Osimhen FC. Iwobi should go.
Yes.
Now, but out of all those regular names that you feel should make it, what of the others? What is the criteria for selection? Is it merit? Is it club form? Is it what? We don't even know yet. This 55-man list should have come out like a month or 2 months ago. Then you trim it down to the final. I think they can even give 28. Now, CAF came out with a statement and said you can bring up to 28 players. 28-man squad, we are not seeing anything. We haven't even seen the 55. What is going on? Is that list going to remain empty till the start of AFCON?
I think the list is going around now, probably to senators, House of Rep, politicians. Okay, who do you want? You know, all those things, and it's hard to compile all the list together when everybody is not in the same space. So you have to, you know. But on a more serious note, it says a lot about Nigeria as a whole, even beyond. You know, how you put yourself out there determines how people will see you.
Yeah.
So it says a lot. We are not organized, honestly, and I don't even expect us to really go far. These are serious teams.
Yeah.
They want to win. They know what they want. They know which players can get them to the finals, and they've put those players out there. For Nigeria, we're not even sure yet of what kind of players we want. So how do you want to determine where you are going to when you don't even have a map?
Do you think Nigeria the Super Eagles of Nigeria can go all the way to win the AFCON? Or what is your honest take about the Super Eagles? Of course, you can't forget about this delay that is happening in releasing of the squad. But when the squad eventually comes out, or before the squad even comes out, what do you think about the chances of the Super Eagles going into the AFCON 2025 in Morocco?
Well, if I consider how we played the the World Cup qualification, I would say we don't have a chance. We are not even going to get.
So where do you see us as best?
Best, probably quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals.
Even that's if we play well and get out of the group stage.
Yeah.
Because right now, honestly, because right now, if you look at the Super Eagles on paper, we are a very, very fantastic team. But now put them on the pitch, let them replicate what they've been playing on club levels and all that. They just find it hard to synergize. And I think it is because of what is happening behind the scenes. I think it's getting to these players, so they have no motivation.
I think what I would take from here is that, number one, we shouldn't politicize football. You don't do that. Let the coach do what he wants to do. That's why you employed him. But also as well, they knew what they were doing by taking somebody that would do their bidding. I mean, there were bigger coaches. I remember that time that there were rumors about Afi Renard. Afi Renard do not take all of these ones. Afi Renard is somebody that is direct. He knows what he was. This was somebody that led Zambia to the AFCON title. He led Ivory Coast. They've been waiting for this thing. Ivory Coast, they were even going through a phase during that time, and he brought them together, he brought people together, and they won the AFCON in 2015 with Toure and the likes. That is somebody I was expecting the Super Eagles to. But it's like, we are not Super Eagles anymore. We are just Super...
You are just Eagles.
We are just Eagles.
Yeah.
No. Even the Malians are just Eagles. It's the Eagles of Mali.
Okay.
It's the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. And the Super... Let's move on. So the delay has also sparked speculation about which players will make the final cut. And the football analyst Clinton McDobus also predicts that familiar names will dominate the squad. Of course, we discussed that, potentially leaving out informed players like Paul Onuachu. I think Paul Onuachu is a player that Nigerians want to see. When you are doing so well at club level, they want to see you also transmit that one into the national team, at least to try to win the AFCON. And the Super Eagles will face tough competition in Group C, where they will take on Tunisia, Uganda, and Tanzania. I call it tough because when we saw that draw for the World Cup qualifiers, we were like, South Africa should be the only problem. Yeah. And it became a tough World Cup qualifying phase. And this one as well is also tough. I mean, Olamide, quickly, before we move on, look at the groups now. Morocco, Mali, Zambia, and Comoros are in Group A. Egypt, South Africa, Angola, and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, remember, they were in our group. Yeah. Also, South Africa, they were in our group for the World Cup qualifiers. That is in Group B. In Group C, yes, we have 2 Eagles back-to-back, the Super Eagles and the Carthage Eagles, Nigeria, Tunisia, and we also have Uganda and the Taifa Stars of Tanzania in Group C. In Group D, this should be interesting. Senegal, yes, you remember the Teranga Lions are there. DR Congo, the team that big brothered the Super Eagles out of the World Cup tickets. Benin Republic, of course, that team that they were familiar foes as well. Then Botswana also there. And in Group E, we have Algeria, Riyad Mahrez and the likes. Burkina Faso with Dago Ouattara of Brentford should be leading the line. Equatorial Guinea, Emilio Usue should be there. And Sudan, they are also there in Group E. Group F, Ivory Coast, Nicolas Pepe, Amad Diallo. Yeah, you know them. Cameroon, Brian Mbeumo. So we are seeing a potential Manchester United reunion. Yes, reunion there between Amad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo. Gabon, of course, you know that disappointment they faced against Nigeria. We have Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Denny Bouanga, and Mario Junior Lemina, and also Mozambique with the likes of Jenny Katamu playing for them right there. It's going to be an interesting AFCON. What are the chances? I mean, look at Group A. Quickly, I know the competition has not started, but let me just take a prediction. In Group A, Morocco, Mali, Zambia, and Comoros. Quickly, who is going?
I think Morocco and
the host, right?
Yes, host. Yes.
Morocco and Mali. Mali has not been doing well of late, but then, okay, Morocco and Mali. Group B, quickly.
Group B, Egypt. Well, Egypt is okay. South Africa, fantastic.
So
Zimbabwe should be able to, you know,
pull 1 or 2 shocks, right? Okay, in Group C, Nigeria and
Group C. Tunisia is definitely going.
Tunisia, fantastic by the way. Yes. Those guys played the World Cup qualifiers, scored 22 goals and conceded 0. So
Nigeria should be able to go.
Nigeria should be
no matter how bad we play, we should be able to.
So now should be able with it.
Should be.
All right, in Group D, Senegal, DR Congo, Benin Republic, and Botswana.
Senegal and DR Congo for me.
Just the way they arrange them.
Just the way they are.
No, so far it's been the way they arrange
it. Just like that's the way they are.
All right, in Group E, Algeria, Burkina Faso. I expect this one to be able to
Equatorial Guinea is a very good side.
Yeah.
And probably Algeria.
Okay, and in Group F, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Gabon, and Mozambique.
I think just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I mean, and yes. AFCON will be missing big names. 2 teams that qualify for the World Cup will not be playing this AFCON. That's talking about Ghana and Cabo Verde. But let's move on. I mean, the list should be submitted December 11. We mentioned that. But let's move on to the CAF Under-15 Championships. I mean, if the Super Eagles are not doing the business, you know, the Under-15 should be able to do so. But Nigeria's Under-15 boys are looking to bounce back from their opening defeats to Ivory Coast. Yes, in the CAF Under-15 Schools Championship, but they faced a crucial match against Benin Republic today in Ouagadougou, and the young Nigerians lost 4-1 to the Ivorians on Monday, but a win against Benin will keep their semi-final hopes alive. And the team, coached by Oluwaseun Oyeniyi, is drawn from 5 secondary schools across Kaduna, Enugu, Jalingo, Ogwashiuku, and Ido-Ekiti. And the CAF Schools Football Championship is being held at the Stade du Fort Aout. That's the August 4 Stadium, with teams from Burkina Faso, Ghana, Niger across the region. And the young squad will look to rediscover cohesion and purpose against a determined Benin side. These are boys that should potentially be playing for the Under-17 after this one.
Yes.
But losing games like this, losing to Ivory Coast, do you think they should be able to beat Benin quickly?
Well, they should be able to beat Benin.
Yeah.
I think it should be a learning curve for them, losing to Ivory Coast 4-1. They should be able to go back to the drawing board look at what
drawing board is this drawing board every time.
Drawing board never full. We've seen Guardiola using the drawing board, drawing his tactics. We've seen Ateta using the drawing board.
There's still space on that board. On Nigeria's drawing board, it looks like it's...
Don't worry, let's just keep going back. Let's just keep going back and correcting our mistakes. If they can snatch a win against Benin Republic, to be very good for them.
All right, from that disappointing result, let's move on to a team that's actually making Nigeria proud right now, and Olamide are involved in that one. Nigeria's Special Eagles, yes, those are the amputees, the Paralympians, the para athletes. Of course, the Nigeria Special Eagles have advanced to the final of the football event at the inaugural West Africa Zone A and B Para Games in Abeokuta, and they secured enough points from the group stage where the hosts dominated both on the field and in the overall medal standings, and the Eagles' solid defensive display against Liberia was enough to secure their place in the championship decider, which will take place alongside the closing ceremony at the MKO Abiola Stadium right there in Abeokuta. And Nigeria had earlier beaten Cameroon 1-0, and they charged Benin Republic 11-0 in their opening match, making them one of the favourites for the title. Beyond football, Nigeria continued to make a strong impression across multiple events, remaining at the top of the medal table heading into day 3. And local athletes delivered standout performances, including Kebbi's para-badminton athlete Ibrahim Tuko, who won gold in his category. And Ghana also made a strong impact on day 3 of the games, winning 8 medals and to boost their standing in the continental competition. And this is the medal table, Olamide, in Nigeria, of course. It's taking place in Abeokuta, so you expect the host, to do something. And Nigeria, look at that, total gold, 9 gold, 11 silver, and 5 bronze. That's 25 medals right there. Benin Republic with 2 gold, no silver, and 6 bronze, making them second right there. And yes, looking at that, this is fantastic. Total from the 8 teams there, total gold is 12. Nigeria has 9 of them. Total silver is 11. Nigeria has total silver is 12 as well. Nigeria has 11 of those, and total bronze is 16, and Nigeria has 5 of those. And if the Super Eagles, they have 2 legs, 2 arms, functioning, right? Can't even release a squad list, can't get a World Cup ticket. Look at what the Special Eagles are doing. Before now, the para athletes, they went for the powerlifting world championships, they brought back medals. We have also seen other sports. The Paralympians also, they are targeting the Paralympics, very soon, right there in 2028. What is going on? Should we just focus? Is it time for us to focus our attention fully on the special athletes when the able-bodied ones can't seem to give us anything?
Well, I don't think it's about having able-body. What are you doing with the able-body?
Everybody cannot do anything.
How functional is the complete body? Yeah. Because an incomplete body, a Paralympian that's more dedicated, that has more motivation behind himself and all that, would deliver more, even than someone with what we call the full body,
but that is not even putting his mind to it.
Obviously. And they might even want to put their mind to it, but just look at what's going on right now. Even before we played the game against DR Congo, they said they had to protest, that they didn't give them
no payments and all of that.
You just imagine.
And that's where I will also want to ask you, Olamide. It is even worse in the case of these special athletes, these Paralympians, these powerlifters. These guys don't get that much financial attention than the Super Eagles. They don't even get as much as they do get. They don't even get up to half of financial attention. What the when it comes to Super Eagles, all the banners flying, Nigeria, that support. These guys don't seem to get the support. Even when the Paralympians, when they're performing at the Olympics, is when you start hearing that they are bringing in medals. That's when attention is now getting to them. Before that time, nobody gives them attention. Is it time? Is it high time for the government to do something and focus more on these guys? Because they are the ones that seem like they are bringing the medals and joy home to Nigeria.
See, if they are bringing the medals home, that means we need to put more effort into building them. And also those that are not bringing the effort home, we need to first of all sit back and analyze what is really going on. But when you are the one orchestrating what is going on, you can't analyze yourself now. You want to cover your own side, and you don't even want to come out there to even anyone who tries to talk about your misdeeds, your shortcomings and all that. You try to shift the media away from that side and project okay, the Super Eagles are not doing well, it's Osimhen FC and all that. Nobody's really talking about.
Yeah.
Only few people will be able to talk about, okay, what NFL are supposed to do. But we all know that anything you see on the tree is coming from the root. If the root is okay, the tree would flourish well. It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
We can't see the root, but we know that it is there doing its primary assignment.
Yeah.
So if these ladies and if these guys, these Paralympians are doing well, I think we need to be able to, do much and just, help them, build facilities for them.
Because most times it just looks like we just gather them around, just
honestly, that's even a source of employment.
Take them.
Even for the economy as well. If there are training facilities for these guys and all that,
they'll be willing to.
A lot of people will be engaged.
Take all these beggars off the streets.
You see, even some of these beggars, some of these people we see as beggars on the road. They have talent. Some of them can play a lot of sporting activity. They can engage in it. But when you barely even have the facility for those ones that are dedicated there, that want to succeed there. How about the ones that are on the street? They're not even aware that they have the talent. How will they even discover
we are not advocates for violence, because if I say make I talk what's in my mind, you will not. No, I won't do that. We can do that, outside of the studio. We'll take a short break right now, but when we get back, it is still Sports Republic, and we'll be touching on more sports stories. Stick around, don't go nowhere. Right, you're welcome back. It's still your darling show, Sports Republic, and of course we've touched on football stories, but let's move away from the world of football and let's go into the world of boxing, where unified heavyweight world champion Alexander Usyk has expressed interest in fighting Deontay Wilder, the bronze bomber, next. And Usyk, who is 38, recently stopped Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium in July to become a two-time undisputed heavyweight champion. He then vacated his WBO belt, with Britain's Fabio Wardley upgraded to full champion from interim. And Usyk views Wilder, a former WBC world champion, as a marquee name and a very famous and strong guy. And Wilder, who is 40, has struggled since his trilogy with Tyson Fury, suffering back-to-back stoppage defeats to Joseph Parker and Zhilei Zhang. And yes, that's it. Alexander Usyk saying he wants to fight Deontay Wilder. And however, Usyk still considers him as one of the great heavyweights of the last 10 years. I mean, when you look at Deontay Wilder, there's something about his right hand. You don't want it coming at you. And Wilder's team has welcomed the idea of a fight. And yes, this is what his co-manager, Shirley Finkel, said on the potential fight. Yes, Usyk is a great champion, and we have plans for next year. And we would like Alexander Usyk to be part of them. And if we receive the right offer, we would be open to that fight. This is a big fight, potential big fight coming up between two heavyweights. I was talking about Deontay Wilder, and yes, this is what Alexander Usyk also has to say about the bronze bomber. He said, I want to fight Deontay Wilder. I think it's interesting, and this is a world champion guy. This is a very famous guy. This is a strong guy, and he is one of the great heavyweights of the last 10 years. Even though he has lost back-to-back fights, that's talking about Deontay Wilder. He's 40 years old. Usyk is 38. Do you think this is still something that should happen? Looking at the word of praises that Usyk, who is two-time undisputed champion, he was undisputed in cruiserweight, undisputed in heavyweight. This man is seen as a legend, one of the best boxers that has ever come through the sport. And he wants to take on somebody that has lost games back-to-back, right? How do you see this one? He's praising Wilder. He knows Wilder's potential.
Yes.
Do you think this is a fight that should happen?
Yes, I think it's a fight that should happen, considering the fact that Wilder lost. He has been losing recently. I think it's an opportunity for him to
get back
on track and be able to showcase himself to the world again that, okay, I'm still Deontay Wilder that you guys all know. I'm not the one that's been losing twice, and all that. So I see it as a very good fight. People want to say, okay, is this guy really done with boxing? It's like a lifeline for him. It's either you win here or you go back forever, or just retire and forget about boxing. If he wins, it's a very big plus to the boxing world, boxing fans and all that. They get to see.
Puts him back into contention.
Puts him back again. He gets a belt again and all that. But if he loses, I think that should be that. That's a devastating blow to his career because Usyk has been fantastic. We all know. He has been very, very, very tough not to crack. That guy, though he does not have the physique and all that, but he's just a very, very strong and hard guy to break down.
All right.
So I think Wilder should be able to scale through.
It should be. Well, Usyk is very, very, very
tough.
I mean, that guy with his short, with his short hands, it comes at you really fast.
The lifeline when it comes to Wilder, you have to win. It just
has to. And the potential fight between Usyk and Wilder will pit Usyk's technical mastery against Wilder's formidable punching power. And Usyk has previously beaten top contenders like Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, and Daniel Dubois. Twice he did that actually for all three of them, while Wilder seeks to regain his status as a top heavyweight contender. Now, that was a potential battle between two heavyweights. Next, we are seeing a heavyweight against a YouTuber who is in cruiserweight, and that's the upcoming heavyweight bout between Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul on December 19 in Miami is described as a money fight for both combatants, and Joshua is set to receive a career-high payday, while the man, a controversial man, Andrew Tate, he has revealed that Paul views the fight as retirement money, while promoter Eddie N emphasized that Joshua is focused on long-term plans beyond the Paul clash, stating, "We've got massive plans for 2026, and that the fight that is streamed live on Netflix is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds and is reported to be worth about $184 million. And Tate praised Paul's courage for accepting the fight, saying, "He's a brave man. He believes in himself." However, UFC star Sean O'Malley has expressed concern over the size and power difference between the combatants, stating, "Getting knocked out by someone like that changes lives." I mean, I find this one very funny. And O'Malley emphasized the risk of the fight, saying, "It can change the way you think. Getting knocked out, bad concussion is scary. You have just one brain, and he's willing to go out there and fight." And also mentioned that Joshua will retire if he loses to Paul, adding to the stakes of the highly anticipated bout. I mean, what Sean O'Malley has been saying, even Moses Itauma came out to say, yes, it is 184 million that you make out of this fight, right? But when your brain is twisted and you cannot remember your name, how do you want to spend the 184 million? I mean, I think Jake Paul, for me, that fight is going to happen. Of course, it has come with the publicity. Yes. I mean, look at that. Look at the size difference. Look, it is just too clear. In 2017, when Joshua was getting his belt from a fight, Jake Paul was winning YouTuber of the Year.
See,
heavyweights versus cruiserweights.
Don't let us get it.
It is a wrong matchup.
Don't let us get it twisted. Jake Paul is going into that ring to create content. He's going into create content.
And what I just want from these guys is, please, it should not be staged. It should not be scripted. Let them go. Let us see pure boxing action.
If you get to see the pure boxing action, maybe they might not even get to the third round. It's when someone gets hospitalized.
Concussion, because honestly, you just see them with men with arms and but they are strong.
Of course, they are so strong. I think it's even suicidal for Jake Paul to enter the ring with Anthony Joshua.
Okay.
And say you want to go all out and fight him, and he is ready to fight you. Nah, you have to prepare.
But $184 million is no joke.
It's no joke.
It's no joke.
I think it's just about the money. Because either you win or you lose, you take the money. You still take at least part of the money.
Now look at Usyk coming out to lay a challenge to a fellow heavyweight. Okay. Do you think Joshua should have accepted this one from a cruiserweight and a YouTuber?
I think this one, as I said earlier, is just about the money. Just get there, the crowd, entertain the fans, maybe. Most definitely.
You think Joshua will not knock him out? That concussion is
Joshua is not going to knock him out. Probably it will be by points. Behind the scenes, I don't know. I might be wrong.
Imagine Joshua winning by unanimous. But this thing is not supposed to go to unanimous. It's supposed to stop being round one.
He might not be able to spend the money. That's the problem.
All right. Let's move on to basketball because time is fast-paced on the show and we have to be saying our buys. But Nigeria's D Tigers are facing a tough spot in the 2027 FIBA World Cup qualifiers with 2 defeats and 1 win in their first 3 games, putting them third in Group C. And their campaign got off to a rocky start with 87-78 overtime loss to Tunisia, who are the hosts, and followed by a 69-55 defeat to Guinea, marking the latter's first ever win over Nigeria. And the D Tigers bounced back with a 75-69 overtime win against Rwanda, thanks to Maurice Udeze's tournament high 30 points. And coach Abdulrahman Mohammed praised Udeze's impact, calling him the most gentleman I have ever coached and crediting him for embracing his role. And Nigeria will aim to hold on to third place in Group C, which will secure a spot in the next round. And the top 3 teams from each group advance, with the 12 teams then split into 2 groups of 6, carrying forward their first round results. Only the top 2 in each group will and the best top place team, will qualify for the World Cup. And the D Tigers, who are currently 8th in FIBA's African power rankings, are under pressure to restore their former glory. Their last World Cup appearance was in 2019, as they failed to qualify for the 2023 edition. I mean, it happens every 4 years. And with 3 games left in the first phase, Nigeria needs a strong finish to stay on track. I mean, last week, the D Tigers, I read it on here, where the D Tigers are saying, oh, the Super Eagles must have failed the country, but now we want to restore national pride. I think they are on a good way to restore national pride. They've lost twice and they've only won once. I think it's time to walk the walk after talking the talk, and I still hope that the Tigers will come back and try to secure a World Cup ticket. We don't want to have back-to-back World Cup heartaches, in football and in basketball. But still staying with basketball, let's move on to the NBA, where Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks scored a career-high 41 points, leading the Atlanta Hawks to a thrilling 142-134 double overtime win over the Philadelphia 76ers. And the teams were tied at 115 each at the end of regulation, and 126 each also after the first overtime period. And Johnson's late game heroics, including 2 3-pointers, sealed the victory for Atlanta. And Tyrese Maxey led the 76ers with 44 points. And their star player Joel Embiid contributed 18 points in his return from knee soreness. And elsewhere, Luka Doncic scored 34 points, and Austin Reeves, added 33 as the Dallas Mavericks. No, not the Dallas Mavericks this time. It's the LA Lakers. Yes, the Los Angeles Lakers. Based on context, they beat the New Orleans Pelicans 133-121, while LeBron James started out resting a lingering left foot issue. And in Portland, the Oklahoma City Thunder extended their winning streak to 12 games with a 123-115 victory over the Portland Trail Blazers. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who for me, I think is going to win the MVP again this season, scored 26 points for the Western Conference leaders. It's going to be an interesting one. Joel Embiid is good to see him back in action for the Philadelphia 76ers. And look at Luka Doncic, player of the week, 37.3 points per game and 8.7 rebounds per game, 10.3 assists per game ratio, and he has won 3 and he has lost none. Absolutely fantastic. But this is where we'll be wrapping up on the show. I want to say big thanks to Olamide for joining me on the show this morning. I mean, it's been fun. A lot of stories, that we've been able to share together. And Super Eagles of Nigeria, please, the NFF, please, we are waiting to see the list. Serious teams are bringing out, their squads already, their final squads. Do not let the world see us as unserious. I mean, like I said earlier, there is a lot happening off the pitch already. We want to see the AFCON, and we want to get also that joy back, from that football. And after that World Cup heartache, and I hope that is what you are going to do for us. Yes, the media news will be coming up. Yes, stay tuned for that. It's been fantastic. It's been Sports Republic, and I still remain Afiz Ogubanjo. Please have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
VOP TV, now You have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworonshoki, Gbagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Another compelling edition of Health Check, the program where we break down the health issues shaping our lives, one honest.
Behind every broken.
The development was announced in a statement issued Monday evening by Tinubu Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. His exit comes amid rising spate of insecurity in Nigeria that compelled President Tinubu to declare a nationwide security emergency.
Moving on, the Northern State Governors Forum says the region is at a dangerous crossroad, warning that unless leaders act with urgency, honesty and unity, insecurity and poverty will erase its future. The 19 governors of the region spoke at a meeting with traditional rulers, security chiefs and civil society groups aimed at crafting a coordinated strategy against what they described as an existential crisis. According to the NSGF chairman and Gombe State Governor, Muhammadu Yahya, the North is confronted with the grim reality of insecurity and poverty that seeks to undermine its very existence. Condemning the recent mass abduction of school children in the region, Yahya noted that education is the bedrock of the children's future, stating that an attack on education is a direct assault on the region's future. Meanwhile, the forum reaffirmed support for state policing, calling it a critical and effective mechanism needed to confront the region's complex security landscape. It urged the National Assembly to expedite constitutional amendments to actualize this long-demanded reform.
Meanwhile, the Sultan of Sokoto and chairman of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council, His Eminence Saeed Abubakar II, has urged the governors across the region to leverage criticism and constructive feedbacks to strengthen governance in the region. Speaking at a joint meeting of the Northern Governors Forum and Traditional Rulers in Kaduna, he warned that brushing aside public concerns could hinder efforts to tackle the region's insecurity, poverty, and economic distress. The monarch urged the governors to listen to critics and criticism and make amendments whenever necessary, insisting that sincere feedback can help improve decision-making. According to the Southern, leaders who seek public office do not neglect citizens once elected, adding that no leader who asks for the people's support would deliberately ignore them after assuming office.
Meanwhile, troops of 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have rescued 6 kidnapped victims from bandits in the Ejiba and Saminaka forest in Yagba East local government area of Kogi State. This is contained in a statement released by the brigade's spokesperson, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi in Lokoja. Abdullahi noted that the operation was part of the Nigerian Army's ongoing efforts to curb banditry and kidnapping in the region. He explained that the operation, involving coordinated air and ground offensive with support from the Nigerian police helicopter, led to the interception of the victims.
In the meantime, the Nasarawa State Police Command said it has arrested 39 irregular migrants from Mali, comprising 32 men and 7 women, following a raid in Mararaba in Karu Council area of the state. It added that they were allegedly recruited for an undisclosed mission. Commissioner of Police Shetima Jauro discussed this in Lafia that the operation followed credible intelligence indicating the presence at Orange Market in Maraba of foreign nationals who spoke only French and Arabic. According to him, preliminary investigations revealed that a Malian national, Abdullahi Bata, allegedly lured the victims under the guise of securing job opportunities for them in France. He further explained that they were transported illegally from Mali and detained in a bungalow at Orange Market, where they were allegedly instructed to recruit more people for an undisclosed operation.
And to some politics, Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, has formally resigned from the People's Democratic Party, citing persistent leadership crisis at the party's national level. In a statement shared on his Instagram page on Monday night, Adeleke confirmed that he submitted his resignation to party officials in Sagba, Abugonde, Ward 2, Ede North, local government of the state, on November the 4th, 2025. Earlier reports from the PDP state chapter indicated that Adeleke might not seek the party's nomination for the 2026 governorship election unless the internal conflicts were resolved. The leadership had expressed hope that a resolution recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission could persuade him otherwise.
Away from that report, the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association (NECA) have called for the immediate withdrawal of the proposed amendments to the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund (NSITF) Act, warning that its passage could cripple the fund. Speaking at a Senate public hearing in Abuja, the leaders of NLC and NECA rejected the bill, insisting that the draft legislation undermines international labor standards and threatens the stability of Nigeria's social insurance system. They further argued that the proposed amendment would weaken the NSITF rather than strengthen it by exposing the fund to legal, administrative, and financial vulnerabilities. The labor leaders demanded that any review of the NSITF Act must follow a tripartite consultation process involving government, employer, and workers as recognized globally and endorsed by the International Labour Organization Convention. According to the Director General of NACA, Adewale Smart Oyerinde, the foundations of the amendment bill are deeply troubling and inconsistent with global best practice as enshrined in several ILO conventions and recommendations in the world.
Moving on, a former permanent secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Joe Keshi, has disclosed the anger of senior career officers in the ministry over their exclusion from the recent ambassadorial list. Keshi, who spoke during a local television program, faulted the ambassadorial list sent by President Bola Tinubu to the Senate for confirmation, stating that some of the nominees have no business in the diplomatic service by any standard. He also noted that the bulk of the persons on the non-career list is a bit disturbing. Wondering if such are the kind of people intended to represent Nigeria, Keshi stated that if justice had prevailed and if Nigeria had been run properly, some of them should be in prison rather than being sent out as ambassadors. He further urged the president to include in his next list career persons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who he said are demoralized.
Still on the ambassador nominees, Southeast spokesman to President Bola Tinubu, Denge Ono, has petitioned the Senate over Reno Omokri's nomination as Nigeria's ambassador designate. Writing against Omokri's confirmation, Ono said he had prompted Tinubu's policies nationally and internationally by strongly urges the Senate to reject the nomination, citing Omokri's antecedents, public statements, and documented actions. According to him, Omokri constituted a direct threat to Nigeria's national interest, diplomatic integrity, and international reputation. He argued that confirming him as an ambassador would inflict irreversible damage on the nation and send the most dangerous signal to the world. He further noted that Omokri waged a sustained, vicious, and internationally publicized campaign of calumny against the current president, including allegation of international print and broadcast media, as well as social media platforms with millions of followers, that he is a drug lord and drug baron with a shady past.
Moving on, Nigeria has moved to provide asylum and protection to Fernando Diaz da Costa, the Guinea-Bissau's opposition presidential candidate, following reported threats to his life after last week's military coup. The coup was announced by military officials on Wednesday, just days after Guinea-Bissau's presidential election, in which both incumbent President Umaro Embalo Sissoco and his main challenger da Costa claimed victory before official results were released. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, who led ECOWAS observer team to the polls, questioned the genuineness of the coup, hinting that it was staged by President Sissoco Embalo. In a letter by the President of the Economic Community of West African States Commission, Omar Toure, the Foreign Affairs Minister, Yusuf Tuga, said President Bola Tinubu had approved asylum and protection for da Costa inside the Nigerian embassy in Bissau.
In another development, the airline operators of Nigeria, AON, has warned that domestic carriers may collapse if the federal government implements the new tax regime without adjustment. Vice Chairman of AON, Alan Onyema, gave the warning in Abuja while addressing industry stakeholders during the centenary celebration of aviation in Nigeria. While commending President Bola Tinubu for supporting the sector, he urged the government to consider the airline's concerns before the new tax policy, set to begin on January 1, 2026, undermines the progress achieved in recent years. He stated that the industry was almost dead, with Nigerian airlines suffering under a demonized status for lacking capacity. Onyema noted that domestic airlines had only recently begun to recover under reforms led by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo. However, he warned that the 2026 tax measures could wipe out these gains, insisting that if allowed to stand, all the domestic airlines would crumble.
Just watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break now. When we return, the analysis segment of the news will be up next. Please stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world.
Welcome back. It's still the media news and Voice of the People Television. Now to some stories that remain on the bulletin. Nigerians living in the diaspora have called for urgent government action to resolve persistent difficulties associated with obtaining national identification numbers and Nigerian passports abroad. The Nigerians under the aegis of the International Advocacy for Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Concerned Nigerians in Germany and the Nigerian Business Forum, Switzerland, urged the government to address the delays affecting NIN and passport processing. The diaspora groups disclosed this in a statement jointly signed by Okoro Akiyemi of IAHRAC, Lewi Ehiwaro of Concerned Nigerians, and Dozie Ugochukwu of the Nigerian Business Forum. According to the statement, the call followed the release of a detailed report in Abuja emphasizing the challenges faced by the Nigerians overseas after extensive consultations with diaspora communities across multiple countries.
Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has warned that the global AIDS response was entering a dangerous phase with declining funding, disrupted services, and persistent stigma, threatening to reverse decades of hard-won progress. Speaking under the theme Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response at a regional event in Cairo during the commemoration of World AIDS Day 2025, WHO said the world was confronting a steep rise in new HIV infections alongside weakening commitments from governments and donors. It stated that globally, an estimated 40.8 million persons are living with HIV, adding that in spite of the surge, WHO noted that fewer than 4 in 10 persons living with HIV know their status, with less than a third in treatment. He regretted that the funding dedicated to HIV was declining, with community-led services, which it described as essential for reaching marginalized groups, being deprioritized.
Still in the news, Benin residents battling fibroid, hernia, and other health challenges are getting a lifeline as an Edo-based foundation launches its 10th free surgery program, offering vital medical care to 100 beneficiaries this year. Voice of the People's Television correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more on these details.
nation's 10th edition of its annual free surgery program is ongoing in Benin City, providing medical support to people with fibroids, hernias, breast lumps, lipomas, and other conditions. The program continues to assist those in need of surgical treatment, targeting 100 beneficiaries this year. Dr. Padi spoke on the purpose of the initiative and the foundation's role in supporting community health care.
We keep increasing the number. Even in as much as you are seeing 100 free surgeries, majority of the time we end up doing 110, 130, 140, you know. So we keep, the first thing is consistency. We have been consistent over the years. So many families, so many people depend on these surgeries to lift the burden, you know, and we have a lot of testimonies because of the fact that they are happy that God still help people through people.
The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Ize Iyamu, also addressed the event, highlighting the significance of the program for healthcare delivery in the state.
They've got a crack team of surgeons that are here, and most of the cases that we have seen are in high spirits. There's been no mortality. There's been no infection. Everybody is smiling. We're very proud of our boy, Khalid Iyamu. We have this great show of love. And we are calling on more people who have to give back to the poor, to the needy, to those who are helpless.
The lead surgeon on the medical team provided updates on the procedures.
No, Stefan, we're just chemical partners. So we do all the surgeries, we do all the, so build our team, and from Lagos, we just sit down here, we just take out of the monster and do all the surgeries. It's annual. People look forward to it. It's usually around his birthday. Every year, his birthday parade, that's why we do this particular thing. And he doesn't want to do a lavish birthday. He does birthday for the less privileged, the downtrodden. Either give it to the poor, lend it unto the Lord. And Lord always preach that. So for us, we're giving back to those that cannot say thank you to us.
Beneficiaries who took part in the outreach shared their experiences, expressing relief after receiving treatment under the free surgery program.
I've been battling with this so-called fibroid for, let me say, close to 3 years plus. Maybe from one about to another, but then it is still there. So by the special grace of God, I am really relieved. I am happy. I don't even know how to say it, but I really am happy and I'm grateful to the foundation. I'm grateful to Dr. Paddy's foundation. I'm grateful to Dr. Benjamin and the entire team.
In Benin, Brother Johnny, POP TV News.
Thank you so much, Brother Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. And now it's time for the media news analysis. And joining us in the studio to help make sense of the stories of lesson that made it to our bulletin thus far is Barrister Darlington Agumbo. He's in the studio this afternoon in the capacity of Republican political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
How are you and David?
Good afternoon, Barrister.
Good to have you join today's conversation.
It's my pleasure.
All right, we're wasting much time. Let's start off from the sudden resignation of the Minister of Defense. We learned that Badr Abubakar tendered his resignation, though citing health issues and all that. Barrister, first, what do you make of that to start with? And why is it that he's resigning at this point? Have a little or maybe a great increase, a spate in the number of insecurity and terrorism activities happening in Nigeria, although we learned that the president is already shopping to find a suitable replacement for Badr.
You know, this administration and the officials, they are very good in lying. Truth is far from them. They never tell the public the truth. Let him tell us what is the sickness all about. If actually he is sick as he claims, is it enough for him to go to abroad as they usually go and then go and take treatment and come back?
Barrister, Nigerians will still talk. If he's to go out of the country now. Okay, now, Barrister, the question is this. Let us even start from here. Nigerians are of the opinion that appointed or elected officials rarely resign. And at this point, we're seeing a minister for defense saying, I'm sorry, I can't continue. He threw in the towel. Should you have any issue with that? Even when some people have been calling on the president to reject the cabinet, to look into it, that insecurity is still on the rise, and yet people people are, more like enjoying or living their lives without being held accountable.
That means he's lying, because somehow there is this rumor from the US that the Nigerian official that went to interface with them, the US official gave them some conditions, and some of them include, relieving some people of their position. And then the man that overpowered a Fulani man that wanted to kill him, and they now turned out to kill the man. And they now sent the man to life imprisonment, that they should release that man. And so many others. So I am not surprised, because like I told you, you have Matawale, who is a junior minister in that office. Is that not true? This Baduru can easily go abroad for treatment and then come back while Matawale is holding forth. But for him to just resign, that means he's not telling the truth. They asked him to leave. Simple.
Oh, well, Barrister, what you just said earlier, like you said, there are unconfirmed rumors, and we wouldn't want to dwell on that. But let's still stay on the succession clarity. If the defense minister's resignation, as it were, is strictly health related, why did it align with the security emergency, and what contingent protocol failed that, of course, that the ministry leaderless at this critical hour? Is there the possibility that that particular ministry can be left leaderless, so to say?
No, Matawale is still there. He's the junior minister. Is that not true?
Yes.
Even when the substantive minister was there, in fact, it's like he was not there, because we rarely hear his name. It's only Matawale who have been all over the place, taking the bullet, taking the nuts for him. So the ministry is not without a leader now. Somebody is still there. It's just that the president will now elect somebody who is neutral, who does not have sympathy for these bandits and terrorists. Somebody who will not be a cog in the wheel of progress. Because some people are working against the interests of the government because they have sympathy for the bandits and all that. So maybe gradually, when they open the lists, according to the government, we will now see those who have been sponsoring the terrorism.
Now, Barrister, that's talking about that list. I wanted to ask your opinion on this. We have certain 400 names or thereabouts given to the president of Nigeria before now, prior to this administration. And later, we also saw another 16 names, thereabouts, also with Bureau to Change officers and all that. And no one said anything about it. And just a few days, we saw Danny Bwala telling Nigerians that the government is getting ready to release the name of terrorism financiers. What do you have to say about that? And what does that mean with the fact that we have US, France, UK providing support now to Nigeria to end insecurity?
They are the one telling us what we want to hear, Abi. The government they mentioned have not said anything about their collaboration with the Nigerian government. It is just Nigerian government telling you the outcome of their meeting and all that. We don't know whether it is true or not, because the foreign government have not confirmed it.
Then why do you believe the part where you said they gave them some condition when you're saying the government have not really...
I said it's rumor.
Okay.
Yes, I said it's rumor. And it is not unthinkable that in such a meeting, this government will not give conditions, especially the US government. They must have given them conditions and things they ought to do.
All right, then. And
maybe that will stop the invasion, according to them.
All right, then. Well, Barrister, again, concerns have been raised about the resignation of this person, and it goes to say how much of sincerity when it comes to the trust between the Nigerian populace and, of course, political elites, particularly in Nigeria, how much it has deepened. You would recall that the PDP chairman, the former PDP chairman, did resign on health grounds, and days later, he's been given the DG of the aviation space.
You mean the former APC chairman?
Former APC chairman, yes.
Yeah.
Now, as it stands, the defense minister presently is saying on health grounds he's resigning. Should we see another appointment come to him in the near days? What would that portend for the Nigerian security space and, of course, our political landscape? That's on one part. Before we get to the northern governors decrying more security consciousness.
Now, there is nothing wrong in somebody resigning. Nothing wrong, whether on a health issue or whatever. If you find out that you don't fit into an office, please resign. It will save you the embarrassment and all that comes with it. The only reason why it looks like a strange phenomenon is because Nigerian officials, they hardly resign. They don't always resign, no matter the situation, except when they are forced to resign or something happens. That is when they leave office. So ordinarily, we shouldn't dwell on this particular issue so much, because it is natural for somebody to leave office. That's why they say soldier go, soldier come, barracks remain. The office will still be there. So people will come and go, but the office will still remain. So there's nothing strange about it. But I know very well that that man did not resign on his own.
All right. Let's come to this particular conversation, Barrister. The northern governors clearly are decrying the rising insecurity in their states. And of course, they're reaffirming their support for state policing, and thereby also calling on the National Assembly to look into these policy and of course sign it into law. But the NSA did say a couple of days ago that the children that were kidnapped in that particular school are safe and okay, and of course they will be returned back to their parents. Of what intelligence does the NSA speak from, and how can Nigerians clearly have a clearer view of these intelligence that the NSA is speaking from?
Look, David, go and quote me anywhere. The government and the terrorists, they communicate. They communicate. So they are giving them assurance that the children are okay while they are looking for the money. There is no other deal they are going to make here. They can't get those children by force, or all of them will die. They are communicating with them, just like Bayo Ononoga told us. So when they are telling us they are, so I won't doubt them, because they are communicating with them.
Now, Barrister, when you say they are communicating with them, we know that in Nigeria we have a law that is against giving or money, paying ransom.
Negotiating with terrorists.
Negotiating also with terrorists and all that. And when you say the government is discussing with them, because this revelation came out after Nuhu Ribadu visited Kotangora over the school children, said they are okay, they are in good time. What does that portend to the fight against terrorism and also the law that Nigerian government have already penned down about or against negotiating with terrorists or even paying a ransom?
It is only the government that can violate our constitution and our laws and get away with it.
Is it not indicting themselves?
I said it is only the government that can violate their own law, our constitution, and then get away with it. Can you arrest government? Hold on. Can you arrest government? You cannot. So they can do whatever they like and get away with it.
So what does that portend for the fight against insurgents or terrorism?
It means that you are not ready. And that's why the boys are still having a field day.
On what ground then would the France, US and UK that have decided to provide support for Nigeria, on what ground would they then be coming in?
The government,
wouldn't that be more like a way to scare them?
No, the government of Nigeria is buying time. You know, when you want to kill any matter, you set up a committee. While the committee is sitting, tension will reduce. After the first committee, the second committee will now go and check what the first committee came out. And when you want to talk, they say the government is still set up a panel to look into the matter. With it now, people will now relax. All the friends now, you know, before 4 or 5 committees will sit on the matter, you and I would have forgotten about it. Or don't you know? Whenever you hear that government set up a panel, forget it, the matter is over. That's how it is done in the government circle. So all these things that they are doing now is to buy time. Because they are not willing. They don't have the political will to confront this guy, because they have an agreement with them. That's why they can go and have a meeting with them, dine with them, have a phone discussion with them. You know, so there must have been an agreement before you can do all this now.
At the expense of the lives of Nigerians, which again they swore to protect, at the expense of the lives of Nigerians that they swore to protect.
David, it don't matter in this thing, so don't deceive yourself. Your life is not important to this government. Forget it. What they are after is how to win an election, and not by your vote.
All right, then, Barrister, we'll definitely keep our eyes on that particular space and, of course, bring more reports on that. Let's get to this conversation about the fact that the former permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'm talking about Keshi, has said that the ambassadorial list that was sent in by the president clearly is faulty. And if Nigeria was truly a sane community, let me paraphrase, that some of the people in that list should be in prison. What's your position with that assertion by Mr. Keshi, the former permanent secretary of the Foreign Affairs Ministry?
They said, if you tell me whom you are, if you tell me your friends, I will tell you whom you are. Because birds of the same feather flock together. Ever since you have known this president, have you seen him in the company of decent people? I mean, even world leaders. Who is that world leader that is Tinubu's friend? World leader of note. There are people you can, you know, without even thinking about it, you can mention their friends in international circles, in political circles. But not this president. We always quarrel the friendship of men with baggages. You remember when he granted amnesty to people? And you ask yourself, where is this coming from? So there must be a reason why he liked the company of such people. There must be a reason.
Now, Barrister, defending the president and the ambassadorial list, the nominees that made it there, a senior special assistant to President Tinubu on Foreign Affairs Protocol, Ademola Oshodi, he came up to say that the president uses his prerogative very well. And not just that, that he's out there to make sure that his allies and cronies, also people that will project his administration in good light, man those positions. Now, are we going to, you know, shy away from the fact that most times we see elected officials going through the words of compensating people who work for their favor? He's not the first person doing that. We've also seen other appointments tilt towards more like compensation than competence.
That is why the administration is not moving forward. Can you give what you don't have? The answer is capital no. Look at how the economy is. Look at how the country is generally. If you have star ministers and go-getters, Nigeria will not be like this. Their output would have been telling the whole world that yes, something is happening here. So when you have people who are not competent and who have been appointed to do whatever they like, what makes you think that things is going to work out well?
Barrister, the person of Reno Omokri is one who had been vocal before now against the person of President Bola Tinubu. I mean, we saw him in several videos clearly using words against the president. The same person is going to be in that same cabinet. Let's start off from what that portend for the political image of the president.
Now, a man is entitled to change his mind as many times as they like, but not in this particular situation, because this Reno Omokri, in fact, in my own show yesterday, we played a voice note where this man was swearing to a journalist that he will never work with Tinubu, that even if he approached him, he will not work with him, this and that.
Right.
So, but look at it. So, when you see a man like that, these are the people you are dealing with.
But Barrister, he said something about accepting this nomination or the ambassadorial position just to show the world how much of a good person the president is and how he have a forgiving spirit. Because he came up to defend himself, saying that accepting that nomination, talking about the person of Reno now, is a way to show the world that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu doesn't hold grudges, but he's a man who, when he sees the light, want to work with it, and that is what he's doing at this point. More like thanking him for forgiving him, and also picking him against what we see play out in most political, related issues, where people hold grudges and forget to forgive.
Before now, what is Reno Omokri known for? Please, can you tell me where he has worked?
He's been a media aide to politicians.
Okay, media aid to politicians. Yes, not one, not two. So, for a man like that is neither here nor there. Is that the credentials of a good diplomat, a good ambassador, somebody that's going to represent Nigeria? Do you know what we are talking about here? The image of Nigeria abroad. Somebody that will be representing you and I. Somebody that will tell the whole world who we are and how we are. And now you are sending such a character to the world. Is he going to change overnight? The answer is no.
Now, do you think
the circumstances in him will not allow him to do that job?
Barrister, he's not the first person that would be working with the president and have spoken against the president as well. There is the person of Daniel Bwala as well, and quite a number of them in that same cabinet. Is the credibility of the president clearly based on the kind of people that he gets to working with him?
Now look, we can manage Bwala because he's at home with us here. That's the difference. Bwala is with us here at home. But this man that they are sending out there, my brother, in fact, I'm even thinking that the country will reject him.
Now, we have
because you know the internet doesn't forgive.
We have Denge Ono wrote to the National Assembly stating that he should not be confirmed. He should not make it to that list. Do you think the National Assembly will listen to him even when people, especially members of the presidency, have decided?
If the Senate have been rejecting other appointments, I would say, well, maybe they are going to start that right now. But since Ababio told you that whatever the president brings to the table, he will stamp it.
What does this portend for Nigeria in international space, when we know that host nations have the right to reject individuals, especially ambassadors or chauffeurs and all that being sent to them?
This is not the first time. There was a time an opening came out in ICJ, and Nigeria is to take that slot. The man at Abuja division of the judiciary was taken to that place to go and represent Nigeria. The 3 tests they set out for him, he failed all of them. 3. With that, all the 9 people that were supposed to work with him and all that, they shipped them back. They returned them. And this was a place people like Bola Ajibola made their mark as the president of that body. People like Taslim Elias. So this particular APC, I don't know, maybe they have a covenant with failure. They deliberately plunged Nigeria into this dark abyss we are today because they always choose the wrong people for the right job. And so the performance will not be there. That's the truth. When Obasanjo came in 1999, he went outside Nigeria to go and shop for people, technocrats. And you and I saw the difference. People like Okonji Iweala, Aroma Ote, Akinwumi Adesina and all that. They came in here and we saw the difference.
Shopping for candidate, Barrister. Is there the possibility that the presidency clearly is not looking at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs internally to shop for candidates for ambassadorial space?
Both internally and externally. Did you see him looking for credible hands in Nigeria? Did you see him? You see, there is something that you people have forgotten. You don't know the person talking. Tinubu is not somebody that wants to be outshined. When Jonathan was there, he gave Okonjo Iweala, even as a woman, he handed over the economy to her to manage. You know, it didn't bother him. And they used to argue in the Federal Executive Council. Okonjo Iweala used to challenge Jonathan in the Federal Executive Council. Tinubu cannot tolerate that. From when he was Lagos State governor to now that he's in Abuja, anybody that will outshine him can never come near him. So he wanted people with baggages.
All right, Barrister,
people with baggages in their cupboard, so that whenever they want to raise their head, he will open the cupboard and say, so that's what he wants.
We're really pressed for time. I would have loved to get your opinion on the asylum given to the opposition member from Guinea-Bissau here in Nigeria, but I think we'll discuss that some other time. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agumbo, for being part of today's Media News. We sincerely appreciate your presence here on the Media News Analysis. If you're watching the Media News on Voice of the People television, we'll go on a quick break and when we come back, the rest of the news continues.
Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Nigerians have been charged to be good ambassadors of the country, promote positive values, and continue to reshape narratives about Africa wherever they are. This formed the focus of discussions at the 14th African Voice Achievers Awards, where outstanding African and international personalities were honored for their contribution to the continent. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Guswada has more in this report.
Themed Debunking Notions, Reshaping Mindset brought together exceptional Africans and international dignitaries to reflect on the continent's evolving global influence. The convener of the Voice magazine, Elvis Iro, alongside other organizers, say the award seeks to celebrate the achievements of the honorees and inspire new ways of rethinking Africa's role as an innovative partner on the global stage.
When I came to the diaspora, there was nothing for us as Africans. Living in a strange country, a strange language, I just felt that I needed to create something that would bring us together. So I started with the magazine, and then we were every year having an anniversary, just having party. And I thought, oh, there should be more to it than this. And then we thought of recognizing our friends. People were supporting we as Africans. And then we thought, okay, why should we just only appreciate our friends? What about ourselves? And I realized that if we don't celebrate us, nobody will celebrate us. And so that was where the whole idea of the Voice Achievers Award started. And our motto is that it is actuated towards Africa's advancement. So this is all about encouraging people to do more in what they are doing.
It's an African award. Africans in diaspora, friends of Africa, in every walks of life, be it for sports, be it, name it, media, entertainment, it cuts across.
Awardees and other stakeholders also expressed excitement, noting that the recognition reinforces the need to keep adding positive value and to maintain a mindset that drives progress.
Africa is rising. The time has fully come for Africa. Those of us who went overseas to study, I was funded by the federal government of Nigeria as far back as 1977. All of that knowledge is coming back to Africa. It's not only about remittance anymore. The tide is changing. The Gen Zs, the millennials, the Gen X, and the boomers, such as myself, we are ready to bring to bear global standards into local adaptation.
We need to celebrate ourselves and feel worthy in order to feel comfortable to be celebrated, right? Everything always starts on our inside, in our own heart, and how we feel about ourselves.
It's important that people have an open mind. And not everything is rosy and beautiful, obviously. So, there are also problems. Every country has their challenges. Every country has their problems. But you should at least not come with already an idea of what the problems are. Go and see for yourself and talk to the people.
Sometimes we go through breaks and we go through pauses, and it's God's divine timing. So sometimes you just have to be patient, and sometimes the dream you want, maybe you're not necessarily prepared for it. So you need to ask yourself, what is it I need to do to get myself prepared? Am I causing blockages, or are there people in my life that are causing blockages? And just figure out what is it, the steps you need to take to make your dream come true.
We know that actually there are some few ones among us who are not doing the right thing, but that doesn't mean that Nigerians are not good people. We are good people, but I advise every Nigerian to go out there and shine and give us a good image and good names.
The best thing we can do for the whole country is to have a renewed mindset, and we need to start speaking positive stuff, because what we see outside now is what is going to determine the future of not just my business, your business. It's going to be for everybody in the country. Every time anybody speaks anything negative about the country, it's us the marketing ourselves. Investors are going to go, and this mindset of blaming everything on everybody should stop. We should start taking ownership.
Look what you have and try to build from there. And that's what I did. I made a comic about my neighborhood. And then before I knew it, I started to get awards big companies started to ask me if I could do the same for them. So it all started by just showcasing what you have in your direct environment instead of looking out.
Love is very expensive, but it's scarce. It's scarcity. When we try to impart love in our mindset, I think the world is going to be a better place.
As the night unfolds and achievers are being recognized, organizers believe that tonight's celebration is not just about the awards, but about inspiring a new culture of excellence in the African continent. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Matthew Ogunsuada for that wonderful coverage. Away from that to some business stars. The exchange rate between the United States dollars and the Nigerian naira showed continued stability across both the official and parallel markets on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. According to real-time data from the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the local currency is trading closely to the 1,448 naira per dollar mark, maintaining a narrow gap when the parallel market rates.
And from business, we move straight to sports, where Nottingham Forest manager Sean Dyche has revealed the return date for Nigeria's defender Olaina, who has been sidelined with injury. Sean Dyche disclosed this while providing a key update on his squad's fitness for the upcoming Premier League match against Wolverhampton Wanderers at the Molineux Stadium.
Moving on to some entertainment story, an Instagram live session hosted by media personality Daddy Freeze took an unexpected turn when singer Tubaba and his wife Natasha Sawaru were heard in a heated argument in the background, an incident that has since gone viral on social media. The controversy arose for allegation made against Natasha by Tubaba's former manager team, Kaka Ibokwe and Laurie Tosson, who appeared in Daddy Freeze's live session about violence and home. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.